now going live, so I will get that over. Since I'm just streaming the video to you, I don't need to do a 3 count. I can just click the button.
True.
So hello everybody, we're doing something a bit different this week because we are doing a pre-recorded thing. I spent the better part of last week slapping this thing together. Through trials and failures, I have finally recorded a perfect video of Sentient, the adventure game that we attempted to do a couple weeks ago. And now I'm just going to play, we are going to watch it, and we are going to have some sort of time. So please sit back and enjoy us. This is our sci-fi adventure game.
I'm gonna run grab my food. I shall return quickly. Luckily, I already saw the first bit of this game.
Yeah, we saw probably the first, comparatively, like 20 minutes, because I didn't really understand anything about how the game worked. So yeah, we're watching the intro, which is kind of unfortunate because, in total, outside of like all the alternate endings, this game has like 6 cutscenes in total. Like half of them being like in the first 20 minutes. And to be honest, thanks to a couple of people who actually like, this is their guilty pleasure game. It's definitely not mine. A couple of people really liked it and did preserve enough content from it to make this video possible. I'll be crediting them later, obviously, because without their work, literally half of this video wouldn't fucking exist. And here's kind of the interesting thing with, you know, media that does this, like the pretentious intro quote, is like, it's not like they didn't pull a quote from real life. This is some sort of like religious doctrine that's in the game itself. Which again is kind of odd when we kind of get into it a bit later. Probably a lot later, because it's an issue with the game that we'll talk about in greater detail later. So yeah, for the video I did do some extra work in this. I did edit out a lot of the nonsense. Like, it has a great intro. Like, intro-wise, it's fantastic. The pre-generated cutscenes they're not great, but I wish Psygnosis did their usual thing and made this like really weird throughout the entire thing, and it just doesn't have enough weirdness to make it interesting. One thing I did do to, you know, liven up the video was I did subtitle everything, which frankly wasn't a lot of work because, like I said, there's barely cutscenes in the game.
Get the restraining belt.
And obviously I did it in my font, because obviously.
I did not know you had a font.
I always use this font. So, yeah, one thing I did while I was editing was that I did subtitle all the cutscenes.
Yeah, well, that's dope. It makes it easy that I don't have to pay as close attention because I can just read subtitles.
As you can see, this was this age of voice acting. The prime example being, I think, Mega Man 8, which is just fantastic.
It's not.
Last time we saw this, I was just laughing at this cutscene, so we didn't understand what the fuck it was talking about. Turns out what it was talking about was extremely boring, so that was great. Because
we thank you for your compliance.
I thought it was gonna be like corrupt government shit, but it turned out to just be really boring.
It's just bureaucracy.
It's not even bureaucracy, it's just telling you this is what your mission is going to be like. Like, they're talking about fucking heat stroke of all things. That's what they were talking about.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Oh, I forgot you're on a delay. I thought we'd be seeing it in real time, but I guess Discord might have a delay on the video.
No, I got up from my chair and was walking with my headphones on to go close my door to my bedroom.
Oh, okay.
And then I was staring at my beautiful pizza. I got a Philly cheesesteak pizza.
That must have been a pretty penny.
18 bucks.
Yeah, fair enough. So, one of the things I really wanted to talk about with this game was, after seeing so much of it for 4 days, because I tried a couple of runs of this game. A run of this game took around like a couple hours, and because I wanted to get the alternate endings for myself, but I got stymied every time because one of the problems with this game is that it's extremely flaggy and kind of nonsensically flaggy. Like I told you, my first run, my serious run to get like this footage, I got stymied the first time because I forgot to pick up a dialogue from a guy, and that's because I forgot to examine every single object I was picking up, and then I needed to take those examinations and then tell this other guy to get that dialogue, and that turned out to be something vital for the end of the game that I needed.
Any idea what's causing
Which was fucking annoying, was that I got stuck by that one thing,
Let me know if
like an hour and a half into the fucking game.
That does suck. I think I remember you telling me about it.
Yeah, it was the first run. I tried a couple more after that, and then I just gave up. But like I was telling everybody, thanks to a couple of people on the internet who this game is like their guilty pleasure, they preserved everything from the game, and for some reason, the guy who did like the most work played this game for like 11 hours in total. I have no idea why, but he just had like a really good time with it. I credited him on the video. But as we'll find later, because of how the video went, I had to rip out all the sound from the video because it just wouldn't have worked. So what I ended up replacing with is that we're essentially going to be listening to an hour of music from my jukebox, so you'll get a little insight into what my taste in music is.
As long as you don't get DNF'd or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, this doesn't... Who the fuck gives a shit? Like, this is for Sentient. I'm not going to care at this point.
I don't know, like, whatever your personal jukebox music is, if that's copyrighted.
Well, again, I just don't give a shit. Like, if we get demonetized for it... No, if they claim it, then they just demonetize it, and usually they just claim it, and then if you make any money off of it, then it goes to them. Which is why it's bullshit. So yeah, our shuttle crashed for reasons.
Look for napkins, I'm gonna be back again.
To be honest, this is the best part of the game, because the game just gets boring after this. I mean, I know you have a pizza ready to go, but still. Like, our security chief here, he doesn't even look like a human being. He honestly looks like an insect man. I don't know why they designed him like this, it's ridiculous.
Get a report from engineering and let's get a search organized. Full radiation protection.
I am a human being.
The captain was down on the shuttle.
So, here we are. The first puzzle of the game that we did not fucking figure out is that you have to reach down into this rock and pick up the suit that you need for later. Which is just a fantastic fucking opening. That you have to do this. It's just fuck. And like I said, I started examining every single object that I picked up, which was fine, because I think in this game you only have to pick up like 12 to 15 items in total. And then you start with 4 of them anyway. And so who fucking gives a shit? I actually started a run of this game that got stymied like within 2 minutes. Because the thing is that this guy opens the door to the rest of the station. But if you're not, like, paying attention for, like, 30 seconds, then the door just shuts behind you and you're stuck out here until you die. And that's kind of the attitude with this game. This game is fucking ridiculous with this sort of shit. I know that's, you know, adventure games in general, but fucking hell. It's completely absurd that this was somehow, like, an okay thing for people to do throughout this entire period and genre. It's completely absurd to me that people accepted that games were supposed to be like this. And just did it because even though Sierra kept doing it, I guess by that logic, they thought that it was also okay for them to do it, so it just devolved into this mess.
Are we gonna get sucked here or something? Is that what happens in the video?
No, I was just talking about how, like, I got stymied in a run like 2 minutes in because I wasn't really paying attention. I was probably looking at my walkthrough. And if you don't go through this door within like the first 30 seconds it opens, you just get locked outside and you die. Like, it's just absurd to me that the game's designed like that. And unfortunately, we're not going to be getting a lot of cutscenes. This is pretty much the rest of the game. A major thing I did while I was editing is that any walking around that's like longer than 45 seconds, I just cut out and replaced it with a fade. So we're going to be seeing tons of fades in this video. So if you see any fade, that's me cutting out like a minute of walking around the station. Because the game just has a lot of walking around and going from room to room. And you don't do anything, you're just literally just walking through a hallway. So I just threw it all out of the video. I probably didn't get rid of the load screens just because they're really short. So yeah, we saw this the first time we did this, and then we get stunned, and then we get stuck in this maze, and then you have to get to the center of the maze in order to flag that you're progressing through the game. I don't even think we found the middle. You just wake up after a period of time.
Oh, gotcha. I just remember us wandering around. I don't know if we ever made it to the middle.
But yeah, like I said, I was doing this on the walkthrough. This game is fucking bullshit, so I don't really care. So we're gonna find it, and we're gonna have another like 40-second cutscene, where something happens and it doesn't really make sense. I mean, that's kind of the thing I wanted to lead into, was that this game isn't like...
Gian, it's me!
Well, I guess I'll talk about it when we get to the silent part of the game.
Aren't you my wife?
No.
No, I'm not your wife. Fuck you.
Jan. Sometimes.
Who are you?
I'm Streaming Man!
Come on, Garrett. Get the
Face is
program.
horrifying.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like,
Also, her jaw moves, but her mouth doesn't.
Silly question.
well, that comes into it later, why
She's
that's
wearing this
happening.
big mask. She's wearing like a
What
mask
is
or
this
something.
place?
So there is a reason why it looks ridiculous for some
Can't tell you.
reason.
But if you find me again, I'll give you a clue.
Oh, so look at this inferno. So yeah, like outside of the cutscenes, the game's like essentially silent because there's no voice acting for anything. It's just all text. So the thing I wanted to get to is that after I saw like everything this game had to offer and got like thoroughly went through it, it's like the game's not inherently garbage. It's just like the way they made it is crap. Like the way I was thinking to myself is, if this game was developed with the attitude of like Devil May Cry, and they really leaned into the ideas, like the premises that they were working with, it could have been something really fun if they kind of did it more like Metal Gear Acid, where you were consistently, like, things were changing and upending themselves, and they were introducing ridiculous things. Because they have really good, interesting ideas for, like, sci-fi stuff that's going on with the station. It's just, it never comes into play. They never spend any time on it. And so, the game is 90% boring just because they don't do anything interesting with what they're supposed... Like, this Shatterjack thing that comes up later. It's like, if they did something with that, and that was more in the game, like, that could have been something. But most of the game is just, like, solving, like, very, like, average sci-fi problems and walking around the station. That's essentially it. Whereas, like, there's nothing grander, there's nothing more interesting to see, and they've got good alternate endings. It's just, like, the how to get there is just, like...
Pain.
It's a well, as we saw and discussed, the game's a fucking pain in the ass. Like, it's got a lot of these dialogue options, it's got a lot of these, like, systems for examining shit and talking to people, but the problem is that 90% of it, you don't need to use ever. So it's just full of, like, it's just full of pointless garbage that you don't use.
Gotcha.
Which makes it really fucking annoying when you don't know what you're doing, and you have all this nonsense that doesn't mean anything.
But there's something you can miss that's mixed in with the nonsense. And
yeah, it's like, look at all this shit. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know what to say to who to progress when it's stupid specific what you have to do, and the game never tells you what the fuck, like, gives you any sort of direction, which is why I was just looking at the walkthroughs, like, what the fuck was Psygnosis thinking? Like, what we're doing what we're doing right now is literally the direction is that we have to wait for the doctor to come to this room so that we can get the pass to leave. Like, a couple of times in the game, the direction is literally just stand there for a little bit.
Well, while we stand there and wait, why don't we
Try and get a topic going.
Some other topics. So, in news related to stuff that I care super deeply about, Gen 9 Pokemon got revealed today.
Well, they need to keep on that schedule. They need to keep the anime going.
Yep, so the new region looks like, we don't have very much information yet, but the new region looks like it's based on Spain from what we can gather. And we have pictures of the starters and their names. So there's a little app. I don't know if you've seen them. Have you seen the starters yet? I can send them.
I've seen a couple pictures. They didn't look interesting to me at all. I think if I had to pick one, I might pick the fire one or the red one. Maybe Pokemon will do something interesting and the red one won't be the fire type.
No, the red one's the fire type.
Yeah, because Pokemon has the Pokemon. So yeah. For some reason, the walkthrough says that this character is supposed to be like the bombshell lady who's supposed to be super hot. She looks fucking disgusting, so I don't know what the fuck Psygnosis was thinking. But apparently that was the intention, and she came out looking like this.
Nice, good job.
It's like, seriously? I know, like, she's supposed to have giant tits, but no. It's just not.
In the Discord, I sent,
Yeah, I suppose I can. Well, I could probably look it. Well, I'm not gonna look it up because I have to fucking keep the thing on stream, but maybe I can look it up on my phone.
Yeah, there you go. I can send them to you over Facebook if that works better.
I think in this case it might because I don't think I have Discord installed on my phone. If we hit like I don't know, a point in the game where literally nothing is happening, I'll probably just like Google some stories. Because unfortunately, outside of Pokemon, not much has really happened this week.
Yeah, so this is as of right this morning, the Pokemon stuff.
I will say the cat is adorable, but...
So the grass one is the cat, the fire one is the apple crocodile, and the duck is the water one. I'm curious, so I made a prediction that I'm curious if it'll come true about the apple crocodile, and that's that when it fully evolves, maybe it'll be a fire grass type. And then if it's a fire grass type, maybe the other ones get
fire
secondary.
Grass type, that'd be a new one.
Well, because it's an apple, like, so...
You think it might be like some sort of like water type or something out there, like a psychic type instead for apples?
Well, my other thought is, like, because it's a crocodile, maybe it'll become like a snake or something instead of a crocodile, and it'll gain the dark type to go with the apple, because it'll be like the whole Garden of Eden serpent with the apple.
Oh, and this isn't like stuff like plot developments are barely ever going to happen in the game, so the document that we just picked up kind of leans into one of the ideas that could have made this game interesting, is that the departments on this station are in conflict with each other. They're doing things behind each other's backs that are like, they're gonna start threatening the station, but they're gonna they're doing the ends defy the means, or whatever that saying goes thing. Like the science department is lowering the station because they want to like collect minerals from the sun, but obviously that's insanely dangerous, but they're doing it in secret, and we're gonna eventually show it to like the engineering department, and they're gonna get pissed off at them because obviously this guy's like going insane and half-cocked.
Gotcha. And then what was the other thing? Street Fighter 6 got announced, I think, a week or so ago.
Yeah, the only thing I really know about that is that people are laughing at the logo.
It's kind of not great.
And yeah, the logo is pretty bad.
Just like the Pokemon thing, it's like really just a trailer that says, hey, it's coming, but like no information given. Like, I think I have more information on the Pokemon game than I do about Street Fighter 6 right now.
The only other thing I saw, and like I was really scraping the bottom of the barrel to try and find something interesting to talk about, and one of the random articles I noticed for a second was that someone was like looking too far into it, and the article was like, people think that they can see Ryu's dick in this cutscene, and I'm like, who the fuck gives a shit?
Yeah, so I think I saw something about that. It's a meme because it looks like he's got a big dick. Like, we were... It's just like this happened in Smash Bros. Fun fact, with I think Luigi, or no, it wasn't Smash Bros. It was the Mario Tennis game, I think. It was one of the Mario sports games on Switch. Like, people noticed that Luigi has like what looks like to be a bulge in his shorts, and so the joke became he's got a big dick. Essentially, the same thing happened with Ryu in this like short teaser that they did.
I mean, it's just another extension of people having fun with the hype, so I can't really, I'm not gonna get on their case about it. I'm just gonna be like, it's just a fluff piece that doesn't really mean anything.
No, it's just a silly joke of, haha, look, you can see a bulge in his pants. He must have a big dick.
Oh, so yeah, I guess that's what the fades are gonna look like. Is that...
It wasn't so much a fade, so much as an instant transition.
Well, I thought it would be on for like 10 seconds, but I think my rendering software doesn't interpret 10 seconds as I thought it would, so... Yeah, like I said, like, those fades are literally
there we
just
go,
like...
that one was more of a fade. That one I actually saw it fade.
So yeah, we have to run up to this guy and be like, hey bitch, give me your paperwork. We gotta go give it to the doctor. And then I asked him the wrong thing because I'm an idiot. Yeah, we're a polite person, but like...
Now there's like 9 different documents you can ask him for, and you need this one specific one.
Yeah, which is, again, the reason why this game is insanely annoying. Like, another example of when I was trying to get the alternate endings is like, one of the alternate endings is that you can leave on a, like, you can just fuck off and leave on a ship that's docking temporarily, but in order to get that, you have to sneak into, like, a VIP's room through a back door. And the problem is that there's only one walkthrough that exists for this game, unless you want to dig into, like, video walkthroughs, like the guy did, which I didn't. The walkthrough is just wrong, because there's probably some stupid specific thing that you have to do beforehand to unlock the path forward. So when I got to the door and tried to get on it, it's like, it was just locked, and I couldn't do anything about it, and then I was just fucked. Because I didn't know what the fuck I was supposed to do to unlock. Being like, hey, here's some paperwork, compare it to his other paperwork, and, she's got to recalculate everything because, the station is in a way different position than it used to be, and it's getting dangerous. And that's mostly what the regular game is about, is just like, hey, there's some problems, we gotta fix them, and it's kind of boring.
It's just like, here, let me carry paperwork from point A to point B to hand it to people.
Yeah, it's essentially just like trading dialogue between characters and bringing several items into places. It's like, that's essentially the game. And it's just like, if it had a good story, that would be fine, but the game's boring, so it's really tedious.
Gotcha.
Until like the last 10 minutes of the run, when the interesting thing happens.
So once we finish this, are we gonna go and do more of the murder on the boat?
Yeah, if we decide we have time for it, we might play Obra Dinn for an hour or so, because this video, as you probably saw, is it's 2.5 hours to get everything done.
Oh, gotcha. So we're gonna be at this a while.
Yeah, so that's why I suggested, hey, we probably should come like chock full of topics to talk about. And
not much happened though this past couple weeks. Like, for me, it's been cool because 2 of my favorite franchises, if not my 2 favorite franchises, both got new games announced. But I mean, I already knew Street Fighter 6 was on the horizon. Like, like a couple weeks ago, before the announcement happened, you asked me when I was expecting Street Fighter 6. I probably would have said 2023, and I'm pretty sure it got announced for 2023. So what? Like, it's not like we've been playing Street Fighter 5 for like 6-7 years at this point, I think. We've been playing Street Fighter 5 for a long time now.
Yeah, not much happened this week that I was interested in, because Battlefield 2042 has stayed fortunately quiet for like 5 minutes, so there's no shitting on it right now.
I guess the new Horizon Zero Dawn game came out and is apparently good, but I never played the first one.
Well, I played the first one because, like, our mutual friend is very, very into it. He used to be very Sony, but now he's not. He doesn't really game like he used to because he's getting older and moving on with his life.
I think he games. I just don't think he talks about it as much.
I don't think he has the time for it, and I think it might just He might not have as much time as he used to because he's battling his sleep issue.
That's true. His sleep issue probably keeps him from playing games right now.
But it was kind of one of those weird things. Like, I could recognize that it's a really quality game. It's just like I didn't get into it like as much as he did because kind of like the discussion we had about She-Ra is that he kind of read more into the subtext about it than I did, so it wasn't as interesting to me as it was to him. Well, it was kind of the thing, like, I remember, like, a few weeks ago, like, I made a suggestion while we were doing Kingdom Hearts Calendar that might have helped you understand, like, why I liked it a bit more and what I was essentially saying was, what we were talking about was, like, I read into the subtext of what was going on in that game, and I found it incredibly interesting, because I read into it a lot deeper than I think a lot of other people would.
Gotcha.
So I think that's, I think it counts for a lot more than I kind of realized.
It was an alright game.
Oh yeah, this scene's gonna happen. So this guy's yelling at us. Thinks we're doing science, and he shoots us in the face.
Meanwhile, the other person's scattered in leather.
Yeah, that's a member of the cult that's on the station. That doesn't really do anything, which is unfortunate. Now, here was another point when I was playing the game, was like, the walkthrough is again wrong, because the walkthrough says that you should go in the exact same direction as the first time, but the maze isn't the same, so the walkthrough is wrong. Fortunately, I did find the middle, like, relatively quickly, so that didn't really matter.
Sure.
So, we're gonna be getting another bizarre cutscene that we'll be able to enjoy, because I've said before, like, I do really love the PSX's, like, pre-rendered cutscenes, like, in general. But as we discussed, like, the graphics in this game are garbage, so the cutscenes look terrible.
I promised only a clue.
While I was in this towel,
And one.
I have two faces,
Rings
and it's your mom.
Wasn't that what you said on Zerky?
Jian. So, you are my...
Oh my god, I married my mom.
Oh, it's just a bunch of weird masks, and every time we talk to her, she's gonna pull another one off.
Again.
Oh no, she disappeared. And now he apologizes that he shot us. He's trying to get on our good side. Obviously, radiation disease is a defense in murder.
But yeah, so the new Horizon game came out, and apparently it's pretty good. And then another new Elden Ring came out, and has kidnapped my roommate to the point where my roommate sits in his room all day playing that game.
I mean, the problem is that, you know, I've kind of dropped off from From Software games. I don't really have that, like, drive to play it day one, where I probably should. Like, when they were announcing Sekiro, like, I was, like, zero interested in the game, and I think that's... Well, I couldn't play the Demon Souls remake, so I just kind of fell off with their games.
Did you play Sekiro?
No, I never did.
Okay, I haven't either.
Because I like, they were talking about, like, oh, it's based around parrying and dodging, and I'm like, that doesn't sound fun, though, so I just wasn't interested in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not quite as Dark Soulsy, but, like, Elden Ring is, like, I was watching my roommate play some stuff. It's like 100% just Dark Souls.
Yeah, I saw a couple
might as well
of...
called it Dark Souls 4. Like, they just made a new world that's not tied to the Dark Souls world, and they kept, you know, doing that, and so they made a whole new world so that they could, you know, reestablish and have new lore, so that they could make a game that's Dark Souls without calling it Dark Souls, because they said they're not doing Dark Souls anymore.
Which is probably a good idea. I'd imagine the people don't want to get, like, dragged out in so many sequels, and they want to do new things. And...
But I mean, it's not a new thing.
Well, I mean, new story sort of thing, I'd imagine. Like, they kind of want to break away from, you know, just generally do something completely new.
Fair. Although I think Dark Souls 2's story is, like, completely kind of separate from the other Dark Souls.
Well, they're kind of all doing different things.
Well, because Dark Souls 3 is kind of a continuation of the events of Dark Souls 1.
I mean, Dark Souls is always continuing into itself just because it's like, you know, it's like a story that's supposed to extend like tens of thousands of years, and the world just continually falls apart and rebuilds itself over time, so it's supposed to be like this cohesive universe that just continually resets itself.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that completely screwed us over the first time we saw this is that this game has teleporters that gets us to other decks. So, we didn't understand that, which is why we essentially just got stuck, was because we couldn't actually get to the place where the next step was supposed to be. And that's why we're talking to this grandpa who's the head engineer, but he looks like this. And this was the guy I was supposed to get the dialogue option from. I was supposed to get the sure enough option for something that happens later. We're telling him that the head science guy is fucking up the station and putting it in danger, and he's agreeing with us that he's insane.
Gotcha.
The thing that I wanted to talk about this week that unfortunately didn't happen like how I thought, because a couple weeks ago I swear I saw an article that I couldn't find anymore, was that Majora's Mask was coming to the expansion pack, and people were complaining that, well, that article was complaining because they said that the emulation was still not good, it still had problems, but as I was looking for it, the sentiment seemed to be more that Nintendo finally went in and hammered out some of the more obvious bugs with the expansion pack emulator, so now it's I guess people think it's a good enough quality that, it's a decent enough addition to the service now because they finally started fixing the more glaring problems.
Gotcha. I was gonna say, my opinion of it is that it's worth the money because you get the Animal Crossing DLC and the Mario Kart DLC.
I was just kind of disappointed that I couldn't get in my final, you built your own emulator wrong, and you're underestimating the power of the emulation people. Nintendo wagged my finger, but now I can't. So, in all fairness, I have reported that Nintendo did step in and legitimately fixed issues, and apparently now it's all fine. So, you know.
I was playing a game on the Nintendo 64 emulator the other day on the Switch. I don't remember which game it was, though.
Apparently one of the more major problems that they cited was that originally, when Paper Mario kept in, apparently if you died in battle while Lot was your partner, then the game would just crash, for whatever reason.
Okay, I think I started Paper Mario on that, but then I was like, wait, I already did, like, the first chapter or two of Paper Mario on my PC. I should just finish it there.
Well, that's something we could talk about. Did you put any more time into it?
Nope, I have not put more time into Paper Mario. So recently, the games I've been playing, my friends convinced me to play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel game, which is just Yu-Gi-Oh! But on your computer and or Switch. It's like it's essentially just a phone game where you play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
And you get, by logging in, you get gems, and then you spend the gems to get packs and so on and so forth. So, like, I built a deck on there, but, like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna stick with it just because Yu-Gi-Oh!
There's a very interesting meta Yu-Gi-Oh! That it developed.
Yes, so it's very much, because of the power creep over the years, it's very much like a one-turn win kind of game, like, on a higher level. It's all, if I can pull this off, I win this turn, and then it's all a bunch of stuff that is in your hand. There's cards that are like, quick effect, discard this card, do a thing. So that way you can stop your opponent from doing things without having to, like, put down a trap card first. Like, the old days, you'd have to put down a trap card.
Yeah.
They're referred to as hand traps, but they're not necessarily trap cards. Like, some of them are monsters, but it's like, they all have quick effect, discard this card, do X thing. So, like, the whole meta now is, like, these really big combos that instant win, basically. Or discarding those hand trap cards to prevent your opponent from doing that combo that would instantly let them win.
Which, when I learned that that's how Yu-Gi-Oh! Developed, it just sounded like it turned into a really boring game. And I was, like, not interested at all.
I was gonna say the fun part of it comes from how the cards combo, but the thing is on a high level, you're just playing the game to instantly win in one turn, and like essentially whoever's gonna lose the match doesn't get to play. Like it really feels like if you're going to lose, you don't get to play because the other person already won. Right? It's that fast of a game.
Yeah.
The loser never really does anything. And I can see how the appeal of like essentially, to me, what feels like potentially just a coin toss of your starting hand versus your opponent's could be enticing for some people, and I'm definitely like, yeah, if that's your game and you like it, do it. Part of me though is like, with this Master Duel game, I'll probably build decks to play against my friends, and my deck will be like less good and less, you know, super amazing. But I don't know if I'll keep playing like against random people online, because my friend said there's a lot less people playing the meta than I've encountered, like than what I've experienced. Because he's like, yeah, no, I'm platinum. He's like, I'm platinum, whatever. Like he's platinum ranked, and he's like, almost my entire way to platinum, I fought mostly decks that weren't like the super good meta decks, and I'm like, that surprises me because like I'm only in silver right now, and I personally think almost every deck I fought against my opponents with was super like, watch as one turn I super combo into preventing you from doing anything.
Well, you know, it could always just be down to dumb luck.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe I'm unlucky, so like maybe I'll give it a bit more of a try, but my thought right now is maybe I'll just log in. I'll get like I'll get the login free, you know, gems for logging in and stuff like that, and then I'll open packs and make decks that way. And then I'll only play against my friends, and I won't play against others. So that's one thing I've been playing this week. I've been playing Wargroove. Fun game if you haven't played it. It's an indie game. That's kind of like Fire Emblem.
Really?
Yeah.
It sounds like a music game.
Wargroove.
Yeah, Wargroove.
Yeah, I guess it's got the groove thing. That's because like you know, it's a strategic game where you like have hero units. For example, like StarCraft and that will have hero units sometimes. Now those are real time. This is turn based. But you'll have this hero unit, and that's where the name Wargroove comes from. Their like ultimate move when they charge it up is called their groove. So, but you have a bunch of unique characters. That are from these different factions that throughout the story you switch between what character you're playing. But then there's like an arcade mode where like it randomly generates stuff, and then like players can create their own maps for other players to do, and things like that. So there's like a lot of stuff you can do in it, and you have, you know, and you can play against other people. Like there's a PvP system where you pick your champion out of like the I think it's 12 champions? Because there's a desert faction, there's a forest faction, there's like the good guys kingdom faction, like the main character faction, and then there's like the bad guy undead faction. Now your actual units, from what I can tell, are the same across the board, like the units you use. You know, like my soldier's the same as like if I'm playing the good guy kingdom, like people, my normal soldier unit, kind of think Advance Wars, if you've ever seen Advance Wars, like your units are the same. So like Fire Emblem, every single one of your units is a special unit, because it's all a named character with their own unique stuff. This game, you know, every turn you make so much money, you can spend that money to build like, you know, oh, I'm gonna buy a soldier, so boom, a soldier ends up on the board, and I can move the soldier around. The only unique unit is your hero, and then all the heroes have a unique groove that gets charged up as they do things. And each hero's groove is different, which is how the heroes kind of end up being different.
Is this hero like on the board, or are they the omnipotent controller?
No, they're on the board. So they're a unit on the board that you move around, and they each have they're a way more powerful unit typically than everything else. So they can they can take a lot of hits, and they can deal a lot of damage. But the thing is you know, all the other units can be replenished. Like, oh no, my soldier died. Well, next turn I'm gonna buy another soldier anyway. So like, essentially how I've been winning the story mode is I'll end up overwhelming my opponent. Like, I won't lose units, but I'll keep killing their units, so they'll be buying more units, and then I'll be buying more units every single turn, but I won't be losing units, so I'm end up with a surplus and like a bigger swarm.
Yeah,
And I think certain
classic overwhelming strategy at the end of it.
Yeah, and I think certain heroes are really good at that because every hero has kind of a different ability. The like main protagonist of the story, like the princess of the kingdom, she's essentially like a paladin, and her ability is that she heals like all the units around her by a good chunk. So it's like, oh, all my units are damaged, just pop her in the middle and heal everybody.
Yep.
So I personally think she might be my favorite hero, or like the hero I think is the best. But there's, you know, there's three heroes to every faction. And so for the Kingdom faction, it's the princess. It's like her advisor, who's a wizard guy, who his ability, he makes like a gem that gives people extra defense and extra, like allies extra defense and extra attack while they're in the gem's radius. So the gem sits there for like a number of turns. And so he can go off and do other things while the gem gives extra bonuses to an area. So he's like kind of good at defense because you can drop that gems like where you need to defend. So on maps where you need to defend, he's really good. The third one of like the main hero kingdom it's the dog. It's like the princess's pet dog is the hero unit.
And it's not like a big wolf, it's just a dog.
No, it's her pet dog. Like it's a bigger dog, like, you know, it's like a lab or something, but it's a dog.
Just a dog.
Well, my favorite thing is so when you attack units with it, here's how it attacks. It just sits there and rolls on the ground, and archers come out and shoot for it. Like normal soldier guys come out and attack for it.
That's a new one. The character you're playing as doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah, it's just a meme.
Oh yeah, here's an interesting thing. This lady's kind of nuts, so she decided to get into a shower completely clothed, and she will not talk to us unless we are also in the shower with her. And she's freaking out about the Arboretum deck because apparently it's been insanely irradiated.
Gotcha.
So she's like, the plants are doing something and threatening the station somehow. And there was a guy who got trapped on the deck who was fucked. So now we gotta deal with that.
Gotcha. But yeah, so the dog's a super fun unit because the whole thing is like, he himself isn't actually doing anything, but he like inspires all the other like normal, like nameless soldier people, is like the whole story gimmick behind him. So that's why he doesn't actually attack units. Guys with crossbows come out and attack in his stead. And then like his ability is that all the units around him get an extra turn that turn. So like essentially you can spend his turn to give all the units around him another turn.
Well, that is a really used ability. Because it's always about that turn economy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a payoff though, because you know, he is a hero unit, thus his attacks are a lot more stronger than like say your normal like soldier attack. But if you can give like all your strongest other units an extra turn, then it's, you know, then it's paying dividends, right? You're getting a lot for your buck if you can get 4, because it's in a plus shape around him, so you can only hit 4 things with it because he's the center of the plus. So if you hit 4 things and they're all strong units, then you're getting it. But if you use it to only give like 1 or 2 like normal soldier guys an extra turn, it might have been more beneficial just to attack with him.
Yeah, you gotta keep a formation going in your strategy game. Sounds like a very interesting concept.
Yeah, and so I've been playing through the story mode mostly, and as you go through the story mode, there's like little side missions that get unlocked and stuff.
Yeah.
There's every now and again there's a side mission that's essentially a side story that's coming out. That's where you play as the dog. Like you don't really play as the dog during the normal story ever, but there's like always these side missions. Sometimes you play as the dog, and in those side missions, the story always goes, nearby bandits are up to no good, and the dog and his like random nobody like fanboys that follow him, like the ones that attack for him.
It's not even a
Stumble
personal
upon-
army, it's just the fans of the dog.
Essentially, like the dog and this group of soldiers that like love the dog bump and find this same bandit group that's like always up to no good, and then they always like go like, we need to put a stop to this, and so like it's always the same bandits. And then what happens is at the end of the mission, like after you drive the bandits away from whatever the fuck they're doing, the princess or like one of the other good guy team members of like the actual important characters will come up and be like, oh, there you are, dog. And it's like the dog literally just helped save the village, and like they don't even know. Like no, like the heroes don't even know that the dog's been thoroughly stomping these bad guys.
They have this invisible army that they never know exists.
Well, I assume the army just like goes back to doing whatever they're doing, and then they come find the dog, and they don't even realize that like the dog inspired a whole town. Because like one of the missions, you start with like a small caravan of units, and you have to like liberate all these towns that are on the map from the bandits. And every time you liberate the town, a town, you get like a dialogue thing that's like the town is getting inspired, and then you get another additional unit. So this is like a map where you can't buy units. It like keeps you from buying units, so you have to be like really careful with your units. But like the idea is that the dog is inspiring people everywhere it goes to like turn on these bandits that are causing mayhem. And then you have the bandits themselves showing up in these cutscenes with the dog, where the dog's just barking and going about being a dog. And they're like, oh no, it's our arch nemesis. He's been foiling our plans everywhere we go.
Curse you, Gadget! You found us again.
So yeah, it's really funny.
Unfortunately, in this section, there's going to be constant beeping. So you
That's
might
good.
want to mute the video if it's annoying you, because this is going to go on for like probably 2 to 4 minutes.
Gotcha. But yeah,
I can't remember.
then some of the other characters is like the plant people.
The plant people.
So
The plant
forest-
monsters from Resident Evil 2 now have a society.
Well, no, because they're not bad. They're good guys. Except for one of them. One of them is like a hunter, because they're very much like a Native American inspired like kind of deal. My favorite thing is they're mounted like horse units. Instead of being on horses, they're on buffalo. Like they ride buffalo instead of horses.
Sounds like it'd be inefficient, but I guess they make it work. Because buffaloes, I don't think they're very fast or
No.
controllable.
Like as far as the game is concerned, it's the exact same unit as the horse guy from like the normal people army.
Here's where I accidentally took off the environment suit in the radiated deck, so...
The plant people... I forget exactly what all their powers do, because I haven't had to play as one in a long time. But what happens is one of them goes rogue. So like the two heroes, like essentially the king of the grass people, the plant people, is like, yeah, those bad guys are up to, like the bad group, which is like the undead faction. He's like, yeah, they're gonna stop at nothing, so you're right, I will join you. Like the first time you fight them, it's like a misunderstanding kind of thing. Like, oh, what, like. And then after that, he's like, oh yeah, I'll join you. Here's my apprentice lady. She will travel with you. So like, now that I've left the forest area, I only have one character that I sometimes play as of that faction. But what happened is the third guy from that faction, who's this like hunter guy, who's like very much like the strongest prevail kind of deal, like that natural, like, you know, Darwinian, like, you know, the strong are the only things that survive, survival of the fittest kind of mentality.
Yeah.
He ends up disagreeing with the leader, and he goes rogue and he like actively hunts you. So there's some maps where instead of fighting like bandits, or instead of fighting the bad guys of the story, which are the undead faction, you fight him instead. And his power is busted as hell. He can instantly kill any unit that's like at below a certain point in its health, and if he does, he keeps the power. Like,
wow.
Normally, if you activate your ultimate move,
Yeah, that is fucking busted.
you lose it and you have to recharge it, but he like keeps it. So like what happens is he can just continuously string around killing units that are at low health. So if your thing's like below half health, you can just kill it.
Okay, if you are worried about that, that is the only section that has constant clacks on, so now that's over.
Gotcha.
No more beeping. There's just gonna be the walking sound.
Oh yeah, so, like, because I think he can use his power on something that's, like, at full health, and he just does, like, massive damage to it, but then it's gone. But essentially, if he kills with the power, he keeps it. So what you do with him is you just constantly pick off low health guys for free.
Yeah.
Without having to potentially get attacked back.
It's designed to be free because it's busted.
Yeah, he might be one of the better guys. I don't know. Like, I'm sure there's a meta for, like, the multiplayer stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised to find out he's not the best. But, because I think the Healy girl still might be the best. Like, her power is just so useful. Because you can heal a lot of guys with her power. Because it's a big space around her that she heals.
Yeah, but you never know about that meta stuff. It's like, if someone can dig out, like, a really specific but insanely comboing thing that they can do, like, that's probably gonna be how it's gonna lean.
Right. Well, so my thought is that the guy from the desert actually might be the more meta. So he's kind of like the desert equivalent to the plant guy, where he's so if the plant guy is like a rogue that has the ability to instant kill things, the desert guy, he's like the leader of the desert people's army.
Yeah, this is the place where I got fucked in my my first time going through this, because the thing you're supposed to get from this lady who's supposed to be like the AI center of the ship, so she's just supposed to be like a holographic face, is that we need a locked file from...
It's got a beard. I thought it's a guy.
No, it's called Susie, so I think it's supposed to be a woman representation. So
it looks like it has a beard.
So the thing that happened was that we need to ask her for a protected file that's on the database, but it's protected, so we need the password in order to unlock it. The password is sure enough, because apparently the guy who owns the file, he's just been constantly mumbling that throughout his tenure on the station. So
Gotcha.
that was how I got fucked over, was I didn't get that sentence for this really stupid plot point, but I guess it makes sense, I guess, in a dumb sort of way.
Gotcha. But yeah, the desert guy, his power is, and if you're talking about comboing a power to make it super good, it's him. Because what his is he does he has like sword legs or something, like he has blades on his shoes.
Sure.
Kind of like ice skates or something, but he lives in the desert, so I don't fully get it. But like, what his power does is you jump over a unit that you're adjacent to, you end on the space behind them. If there's another unit that you haven't jumped over yet that you can then jump over, you can jump over that unit. And you can just keep doing this until you run out of things you can jump over.
Oh, we should probably pay attention to this again, because it's going to be another cutscene, and it's another idea that could have been interesting if they did anything with it. Because this is the video is the file that we were supposed to be getting, and it shows the doctor and the chief of security, and it's implied that they're having they have some sort of underground relationship. This is the captain of the station, who
Gotcha.
we never see, and for a good reason. As you could probably imagine what's gonna happen.
You're gonna get killed.
Yeah, so the chief of security kills the captain. They dump his body in some abandoned, dangerous part of the station, and that's the secret that he's been keeping on the database. For an obvious good reason. He just murdered the chain of command.
Yeah.
Which again, this could have been something if they tried, but they didn't. So now that's all it is. It's just an interesting plot point. Kind of like this. Now, Susie is talking to us in our heads, and trying to get an allegiance with us now that we know the secret.
Gotcha.
It's like, you could have done something with this idea. It could have been something great, but instead it's really boring. Because essentially we're like 10 steps away from the end of the game. Like, this is the end game of Sentient. Is when it finally gets interesting. Because the only other thing we did was that we introduced the interdepartment conflict. We fixed the radiation issue on the middle of the station. We're helping people figure out the whole, like, the station's about to fall into the sun thing, because obviously that's really dangerous.
Right.
And now we're gonna talk to the senator about this murder that we learned about.
Gotcha. But yeah, so the reason I think that guy is because as long as there's something more to jump over, that guy can do it, and everything he jumps over takes a good chunk of damage. Because he like runs by them with his blade legs and like cuts them. It's like the idea. And so like, if your opponent essentially fucked up and has their units spaced out so that you can like jump over them checkers style, like, you know, think of like jumping over pieces of checkers. Essentially just like how you can multi-jump in checkers, he can multi-jump over all these units. And as long as there's still a line that he hasn't done in any direction, he can still do it. And so you could literally, if your opponent's dumb and misplaces their units, you could jump over their entire army in a turn.
Well, hopefully they did fuck up, because if he's behind enemy lines and he didn't kill everything, then he's gonna be kind of fucked real quickly.
Well, he doesn't kill everything, but he does like massive damage to it. If it's below a certain point of its HP, it will die. But if it's at full health, he probably won't kill it. But also, if their units are set up not just in a straight line, but in like a U shape, you could jump over them to the point where you go all the way to the back line, then turn and come back.
Oh, yeah.
If there's a proper 2 different lines of units that are close enough together, he could jump over one whole line, end up in the back line, then jump all the way over again. All part of the same move. So he's pretty cool. But yeah, and then there's, I just got to a part where they're introducing like aquatic units. So that's pretty neat.
The classic water level, where a lot of games will trip over themselves.
It's alright. It's kind of like a weird, they're introducing a new, like, style of fighting to the game, where like, there's water, and now you have boats and stuff, and so now you have to like be more conscious about your money that you make every single turn, because part of the map will be water based and part of the map will be like on the ground, and it's like, okay, do you want more infantry to move on the ground, or do you want more like water units in the water? Because, you know, if a boats with a bunch of cannons get set up in the water properly, like, they can shoot everything on shore to like kind of keep infantry from advancing. So if your opponent kind of gets that, you might need your own boats to go kill their boats and things like that.
Yep, the boats can do boat stuff, because they've all got cannons. They've all got the tech.
Yeah, so that's that, and I haven't played much of that since, but that game's pretty fun. I'll probably play more of that this upcoming week. And then besides that, it's just been King of Fighters when I'm at my computer.
Just getting used to the new meta. Now they finally put out another game.
Yeah, I mean, it's been... When was King of Fighters 14?
It was
Long time
2016.
ago.
And
Was it
I'm just
2016?
No, I'm just making that up. I have no idea.
I don't think it was 2016.
It might have been 2014. It might have been that early. I wish I could add to this discussion, which is why I haven't been talking too much, is that I haven't really had time to do anything, because a lot of my spare time was done editing this bullshit.
There. I'm just gonna flat out say, you're apparently psychic. It came out in 2016.
Oh, it was just a random guess. Like, I didn't think they gave up on it like 8 years, but, you know, around 5 seemed like fine enough. Around that.
I mean, King of Fighters 14, I think, has been like kind of dead for a while. It wasn't very like the graphical look of it is kind of not that great. Gameplay wise, I think it's fine. The new one looks a lot better and plays pretty good and has good online. Oh yeah, King of Fighters 14 had terrible online, if I recall correctly. So like, trying to play against people was garbage. But the new one's got good, decent online and good online, so.
Yeah, well, just fine ain't gonna cut it now. These days. Did the video stop?
Oh, did it? No, you're just thinking, I guess, or looking around, because now you're looking around.
Huh. That was weird. I guess because it wasn't 40 seconds long, I just didn't catch on that.
Yep.
Shame me and my horrible lack of integrity.
So, I've been beating arcade routes and getting silly arcade endings to that game. For example, today I did my favorite character in the game, K-Dash's ending, and what they did for 15 is somewhere off screen towards the beginning of 15, and you don't fully know why. Like, I was like, wait, what? Because in like promotional stuff they like showed it, and I was like, wait, what? One of K-Dash's teammates, which is Kula Diamond, it's like blue-haired 14-year-old girl, and then
oh yeah, weren't you
like
saying that
15
this is one of those fighters where it's 3-man teams and they have explicit teams?
Yeah, I mean, so like across the series, like some teams have more than like 3 people on them, and so like some games, you know, it'll be like these 3 and not the 4th guy. He either won't be playable or something. So like what they did is, because they wanted all of K-Dash's team, which is him, his sister Whip, their friend Maxima, and then essentially her name's actually Sarah, but if you would select her in the game, it would call her Whip because she fights with a whip. But so K-Dash, their friend Maxima, his sister Whip are like one team, and then Kula, who's normally on their team as of like the last couple games, she's back on her old team from back when she was a bad guy and like a long time ago. She's back with those guys in this game.
Oh, okay.
And they did a thing in the promotional art where they did like at the beginning of a match between Kula and Kay, there'll be this dialogue where she's like, "I'm still mad at you. Like if you think I'm coming back or whatever." So there's some sort of falling out between them. And I was like, "Oh man, I wonder what happened that made like essentially what are like 2 friends have a falling out, and that she's back with like these bad guys." Well, the arcade ending explained it once I beat the game with K-Dash's team, which is Kula ran away because she's a fucking 15-year-old like kid, and she's like, because of the whole sci-fi program, it's called the K program, that like made both Kula and K-Dash, she's kind of very much a like very immature, young at heart, like kid who never had a childhood. So even though she's like 14, 15, like she's never had childhood, so there's a lot of like child things she wants to do because she's basically just a kid at heart. And so what happened that caused this falling out, which is resolved during this arcade ending, is that Maxima, K-Dash's teammate, K-Dash and Maxima were going around destroying all the organization that created them, which is like the bad guy, or one of the bad guy organizations in the series, like experimented on everybody in K-Dash's team and like made them who they are, and they fight against them and stuff. They've been going around destroying the bases of that organization that are still up and running, and they've been so busy with that they broke a promise to take Kula to a amusement park 3 times. They broke it 3 times, and after 3 times, she got fed up and she ran away.
I knew when you said broke a promise, I knew it was gonna get dumb, and yeah, that's exactly as dumb as I thought it was gonna be.
It's just a whole silly thing. So she like ran away, and she ran back to her old teammates from when she was a bad guy, and then because
they took her to the roller coaster.
No, but they're not like, they've stopped being like bad guys, and they're more just like dicks. Like they're just kind of anti-heroes because
they're just bullies. They're pushing people off the swing sets.
Well, because yeah, basically, like, because all of these people were once part of like all of K-Dash's team, as well as like his name is Cronin now. It wasn't Cronin in the past. It was K49. So K-Dash is the first guy from the K program. K49 is the 9,999th guy from the program. but they all come from this bad guy group, but they all essentially throughout the series have since betrayed that bad guy group and are all off kind of doing their own thing. So like K49 and his buddy, who's is on Angel, it's just Angel, but it's like a Spanish name, so it's pronounced Angel. K49 and her just like run around, and they're essentially just like, you know, running around on motorcycles, being like a motorcycle gang kind of people. Like, they're not good, but they're not bad. So Kula runs off to them. They decide to like claim that they kidnapped her for ransom.
Okay.
So what ends up happening at the end of the arcade mode, if you play as the team Kula's a part of, which is Team Cronin, which is what K49 is going by now, because he didn't want to go by like the number designation that he was given as part of the program, so he gave himself his own name, which is Cronin. What ends up happening at the end of that one, they essentially get tired of like waiting and stuff, so they call up other former people that like took care of and raised Kula. So essentially Kula's surrogate mothers. They call those girls up and they're like, hey, come get Kula. Like, we're fucking sick of her. We want to go do our own shit and we don't want to deal with this anymore. Come get her. So at the end of Cronin's arcade story, which is the first one I did, because I like playing as Kula, and I never did got to play as K49 because I never played that one before. So I wanted to play as him, and because he's kind of like a robot dude he can turn his arm into a gun and stuff. It's kind of cool. But anyway.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but I actually wanted to interrupt a few minutes ago because we went back to Susie, and I told you about this earlier while I was actually doing the editing. We essentially asked Susie the weird question, is like, hey, is the sun trying to communicate with us? And Susie actually says yes. Apparently we are receiving some sort of signal from the sun, and it is some sort of coherent message. So we need to start figuring out how to receive the message, because we don't know what it is right now. And the reason why we don't know is because what we were supposed to do after we had that exchange, we were supposed to go to one of the cultist rooms. Some of them are called navigators. One of the navigators had a book that is in Braille. So we scanned the book, wait for a thing to happen.
Gotcha.
We put the information into our databank, but because this game is annoying, we have to wait for Susie to process the data we just put in. So now we're getting the message that she did that, and we can go talk to her again. Because this game is frustrating as balls all the time.
Gotcha. But yeah, so what ends up happening is at the end of K-Dash's route, you have like K-Dash's sister and Maximum are outside this diner, and they got like an email that's like, come to this location at this time if you want to see Kula, and it's like got a picture of Kula holding that day's newspaper.
Yeah, the classic kidnapping thing.
But she seems super happy, like she's got a big ass smile in the photo of her holding the newspaper.
Well, isn't Kula like a badass? Isn't she a character that can kill people?
She's specifically designed, like she's experimented on person that was given ice powers in a lab so that she could specifically kill K-Dash, who has fire powers. So she's referred to as the anti-K weapon, because the K program was about creating this like super awesome soldier guy with fire powers by using the protagonist's DNA.
We tried to create these super soldiers, and they all turned against us. How did this happen for the 14th time?
Then they make the anti-K weapon as part of the K project.
And it turned on us too! What the fuck?
And ultimately in the long run, Kula turns on them too.
Okay. We finally made it to the first ending. The message ending. This is our main character, Garrett, who we never see.
What did they
just
say?
some boring
No,
fuck.
we see him in the fucking,
Susie,
weird
what did they
fire.
say?
Decoding.
I am a computer. I will figure it out.
He said decoding.
Friend.
I am now staring at the crystal that's freaking out.
Friend. They signal friend. Thrusters overcoming gravity. Station accelerating at 4G.
which is exactly enough gravity to escape the sun.
I'm picking up a new message.
Ah, shit, I fucked
Go.
up.
They're signaling go. I'm picking up a
I'm
new
sorry, I
message.
fucked up the
Difficult to
subtitle.
decode. The same pattern is cycling. Pattern still cycling.
still kinda read it.
Pattern still cycling. Pattern still cycling.
Yes, she says
Pattern
this
still
6
cycling.
times.
Pattern still cycling. Pattern still cycling.
Go! Forever!
The other problem with the endings is that they kind of have a context issue where they don't really make all that much sense.
Yeah.
So apparently what that ending was supposed to be was that in the message that they were trying to send, what the Sun people were trying to do was... Well, I'm going to turn that down so I can talk. Essentially what they were supposed to do was that the aliens in the Sun were trying to send us basically the information we needed to reactivate the thrusters to save the station from falling into the Sun. Like, they were trying to help us this entire time.
Gotcha.
But we couldn't understand what they were trying to say. And that was basically the easiest ending that I could find because
Now we're gonna watch the credits and then go into another ending.
yeah, we're gonna be transitioning over to the clips from the clips that I took from the playthrough guy. It wasn't a traditional LP. He streamed the game, which is why it was all commentary. But that user is I would like to say he's relatively popular. He's actually really good at it. He has a really good mannerism and a really good voice. He actually had a really fun time with the LP, and he kind of got into it with it and met it halfway.
What's his name?
He's called Supergreatfriend. He's at 30k subs. So yeah, we're gonna start with the first song that I put on the backing. I think this might be one of the joke endings, because I think the joke endings come first. The reason why this ended up being 2.5 hours is because I wanted to add in like the actual path to get to the ending instead of just the endings themselves. So some of the paths are really like long because you have to kind of go on a completely different course to get to them and unlock all the shit to do it. That copyright in the corner is going to be on the entire rest of the video. I did actually put a tree at the end of the video because I did find at the ending of one of the videos, one of the parts he did, he had a really funny quote about the game that I wanted to include because I thought it would have been a good ending for everything. So apparently at this point he just ended up in a room trying to... He didn't have a walkthrough, he actually went through this game legit. So that's kind of why it ended up being so long, was he actually went through it properly. Like, he kept dying over and over again, learning how the game was supposed to work and what he was supposed to do without outside help.
Wow.
So
yeah,
he actually put in
him,
the
I guess.
work. And he like I said, he actually had a fun time with this game. He kind of made it fun. I don't know, maybe I'll watch more of his stuff. Apparently all the characters died? What? I did see that. Apparently everyone just died. Guys, what the fuck?
This is just bad end?
Yeah, I think this is the basically you ran out of time and the station falls into the sun. Because if you remember the intro, the science guy says that basically we just have 72 hours to save the station and then it'll just fall into the sun because they're too close to it. The Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze soundtrack is fantastic. I think I put a couple of tracks from it on this one, and this was one of them.
Oh yeah, so this stuff doesn't get flagged, I know. Because I know streamers I watch on their streams.
Oh,
These are guys that make shit tons of money. They'll play things like Donkey Kong Country music.
This is gonna get flagged the shit out of, because later on, there's vocal stuff I put in, because I love them. Wow. So, it's gonna get copyrighted the shit out of, I imagine, because vocal shit, I would imagine, is very easy for them to track.
Yeah.
So, I think we got all the endings. There's like 8 endings to this game.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah.
A lot.
Gotcha.
And, like, it's not gonna be this the entire time. I think I add in, like, a new track every, like, 5 minutes. So if you legitimately hate it, like you can just mute it for, you know, however long it takes. You know, maybe
I don't mind.
maybe check in on it in 5 minutes and see if it changes to something else.
I don't mind. But yeah, going back to the story then. So what ends up happening is like they show up at the diner. They got the email that's like, come here at this time, and it's got the picture of her holding the newspaper. But there's no like ransom like amount. They don't
Okay.
claim how much money to bring, and they're like talking about it outside this diner that the pickup's supposed to be at. And they're like, okay, they didn't talk about a ransom. That's kind of suspicious. Like, we should be on our guard. This might just be a trap. That they're like, these bad guys are probably trying to trap us so that they can kill us.
Yeah,
right?
that would put me super on edge because I'm like, we don't know how much they want. What the fuck are they doing?
So clearly, maybe they don't want money, right? Like, maybe this is all a trap to get us. So they're sitting there trying to figure out what to do when they hear Kula scream from the inside. So then it's like, oh shit, go. So they run inside. Here she dropped her ice cream that her mom's bought her. Like, she's essentially just in the diner with her moms.
So
and they dropped her ice cream.
So they did that classic bit where they jump through the door super ready to fight, and then the camera turns around and it's like innocuous.
Yeah, so yeah, you see them barged through the door, like, super ready to fight, only to then the camera turns to see Kula be like, oh my god, thanks, Mom, for catching my ice cream.
Aw, they gave her ice cream back to her.
Yeah, so because she dropped her ice cream, that's what made her scream, but one of her moms, like, caught it. I call it moms, they're her handlers from back when she was part of the K Project, but they are also betrayed the bad guys, so they're no longer bad guys themselves.
Oh, it's literally the plot point from Resident Evil 7. Like, the incredibly boring part of Resident Evil 7. Where the handlers of the virus lady, she thinks that they're her... Well, they're supposed to pretend to be her parents, but I think she figures it out and kills them.
Kula doesn't refer to these people as her parents, and no one refers to them as Kula's parents. It's just I find it easiest just to refer to them as Kula's moms, because with how they act they act like her
this
mom.
is the button ending. This is one of the jokes. This is gonna be good.
But yeah, and then they do the whole thing where she's like, I'm mad at you, and they're like, fine, we'll take you to a goddamn amusement park.
Maybe that wasn't a good idea.
Except for K-Dash, she's
Somebody
all
has
like...
pushed the big red button. And so yeah, the ship explodes. Because you pushed the big red button.
So it's literally the same footage of it falling into the sun, though.
Yeah, but it wasn't because you ran out of time. This is the button ending.
Right.
Like, there's a couple endings in this that are Easter eggs. And this is one of them.
Kinda sucks that they use the exact same footage.
Yeah, I think this game was produced on the cheap. Like, it doesn't look good. There's reused shit. There's not a lot of cutscenes. Which actually turned out to be really nice because, like, throughout all the ending cutscenes, I only had to subtitle one sentence. Because they voice acted like none of the ending shit. Except for, like, the message ending, which it seems appropriate. So yeah, thank you, Supergreatfriend, for doing all the endings, especially the joke ones. Because those are nice to have in a game that's fucking boring.
Right.
Ugh.
And then yeah, then the end credits roll, and then at the very end of the end credits, there's a scene of them all at the amusement park.
You gotta do the nice thing for the little girl character, otherwise you're not nice characters.
Right.
It's endearing, it's fun. When you're willing to do stuff like that.
And when they're no longer the protagonist, it's like their stories don't have to be like super important. Like,
or serious.
At the end of the day, this like the story of what's happening with that team in KOF 15 is something that wasn't happening before KOF 15, as it happens before the game starts, but after the events of 14, and then immediately fixes itself at the end, which is just Guy. Like, they promised to take Kula to amusement park. They broke their promise one too many times, which made her upset, so she ran away. By the end of the game, they have her back, and they go to the amusement park. It's literally all their story is for what they did. And those are my favorite characters in King of Fighters, is the K-Dash team.
Because they got a good backstory and a good manner with each other, because they've been a team for ages, apparently.
Since 99. Well, kind of. Some of them have been part of the team since 99. Because what KOF does that I think is something Street Fighter needs to try to do more. Oh, hey, another ending.
Oh no, this is a cutscene of the senator's boat docking,
Gotcha.
which he might have skipped, but that's what happens.
Gotcha.
I think this is gonna be one of the mutiny endings, technically.
Okay. But yeah, one of the things that I think KOF does really well, compared to other fighting games, especially like Street Fighter, which is kind of its biggest competitor, is like Street Fighter always has the same guy be like the protagonist for the most part. Like, they kind of started maybe setting up a new hero in Street Fighter 3, but then every game that takes place after, like every game that came out after Street Fighter 3 chronologically in the timeline takes place
on
before
the original
Street Fighter 3.
timeline, so none of the new characters have any presence in them yet.
Yeah, so Street Fighter 3, the chronological timeline of all the Street Fighter games, Street Fighter 3 is at the end of the timeline. Like, it's the one that's the most in the future. So even though they kind of made Ryu not the hero and not the main character anymore for 3, that they reverted back to having Ryu be the main character and all.
Apparently the senator didn't lock his boat. So essentially the ending is, hey, the senator docked his boat here, but he's not on it. Let's just steal it. And that's the ending. Is that we're just like, hey, the station's fucked, let's get the hell out of here. And by let's, he means just Garrett, the only guy who makes it. I mean, it's an ending. It's not heroic, but hey, he lives.
But yeah, so one thing King of Fighters did is, every so often, they change who the protagonist is. They introduce a brand new character for a brand new story, and that guy's the protagonist now. And they've done it 4 times now.
I mean, as we saw from Kingdom Hearts 358, you know, you add in a new protagonist, you give them a good story, and you got something real good out of it.
Right? And it's refreshing, because it's no longer the same guy fighting, like, the same bad guy over and over and over again, and, like, winning. This is at the end of that story when Kyo Kusanagi saves the day, in, like, the very last one of his arc. He goes unconscious, and this, like, secret Illuminati-ish organization called Nest,
Nest
grabs
of Earthbound founded a criminal organization.
No, Nest, like, plural of what birds make.
Well, that's also the plural of Nest. When he clones himself 3 times, they call him Nest.
Gotcha. But,
that really doesn't happen.
But, what they do is they start up the K program, K coming from Kyo's name, like the protagonist of the original games, and they make the new protagonist, which is K-Dash, and then K-Dash goes on to fight this, like, Illuminati secret, super military powered, group, and, you know, he betrays, he was working for them at the start of his arc, but then he betrays them, and then eventually, like, everybody betrays them for the most part, because there's, like, 13 characters that all their origins are tied to Nest throughout the series, and out of those 13 characters, 10 of them betray Nest.
It sounds like a very Metal Gear Solid thing to happen.
But yeah, so the games King of Fighters 1999 to King of Fighters 2002, even though 2002 is not canon. So technically 99 to 2001.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 99 to 2001 is K-Dash's arc. So you have 3 games that are about K-Dash and Kula and them and stuff in the Nest organization. And that's the story I think is the most fun story out of all of them. Partially because I think it's fucking funny that, like, of those 3 games, they introduced 13 characters tied to this organization, and out of those 13 characters, 10 of them betray it.
Apparently the senator shot one of the medics and us, and then threw us in jail?
Huh.
It's, I didn't see, like, a lot of this video, so I guess I'm getting surprised, too.
There. And then they did a 3rd arc, which was 2013, which I think was, or not 2013, it was 2003, which I think is the last game that has, like, a year in its name.
Because they just kept rebooting it over and over again?
Well, yeah, so back when King of Fighters was, like,
on the arcades.
In the arcades back in the 90s and stuff, they literally would pump out a game a year. So it started in 94, and you have King of Fighters 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002. Oh no, some of them have subtitles.
Oh, some of them.
But like they all have the year in the name. After 2003, though, they like there's like a couple year, like I think it comes back in 2011. Like they have a long hiatus.
Like everybody did.
I mean, partially because SNK was potentially going bankrupt around 2002. Like the
And that
2000,
too.
the 2001 game almost didn't happen. The 2002 game almost didn't happen. Like there was some stuff going on there. I think another company got involved for 2001 and 2002.
Well, when
But
you're
yeah.
drowning, you really need a lifeline. So I guess SNK made it.
But yeah, SNK has now made it and they're back, of course. But yeah, the next group of games is like there's some time travel bad guys
Oh,
that are
fun.
doing time travel shit in the third arc, and then the hero of that arc isn't so much of a hero. They constantly seem to be doing bad guy stuff, and you don't know why. Like they're attacking some of the former heroes from the first storyline because it has to do with like the time travel guys are trying to do something so that the first story arc never happens. So they're attacking like Kyo and like the characters from the first story arc, and trying to go after them. And then the hero of that story arc always shows up at the very end and like underhandedly steals powers from other people. And you're like, okay, what? But in the end, it turns out the reason they're stealing all these powers is so that they can make a heel turn at the very end, or like a face turn, I guess, because they're going from what looks to be a bad guy to being a good guy, and reveal that it was all part of their plan that they were set up in the background kind of deal at the very end, which is KOF 13. And then they saved the day, but in doing so, they did a really cool thing with the end of that story. In doing so, it turns out the big bad guy of the like time travelers is the ancestor of the anti-hero of that arc. So when he saves the day, at the end, he ends up killing his ancestor, and he disappears. And everybody forgets about him except for his childhood friend, like the person that was closest to him.
Well,
and then
lucky for that guy.
Yeah, so he ends up dying, and the only person that remembers is his friend, so she's the only one that knows where he is, and she's trying to find a way to bring him back, which he's back now. In KO 15, he's back alive. But it starts up the new story for the new protagonist, which was from 14 and now 15, which is, this story has to do with, like, these time anomalies and like extra dimensional like portal things are opening up because of the fucking paradox that happened.
See, that's why you don't fucking do time travel. You made it way too complicated. Now look what happened.
So yeah, and then the monster that comes out of the time travel,
You
or
created
the
time travel monsters now. Look at yourselves.
Yeah, the one that comes out of like the extra dimensional thing in 14, like the boss of 14, when it gets killed, bunch of characters who have been dead get brought back to life.
Cause time travel.
And it's not, no, because like the monster that showed up is the souls of like a bunch of evil, or like a bunch of things, because of the paradox. So like a bunch of like souls that are like misplaced, that are supposed to be dead but like might not supposed to be dead, and like all this other stuff because of paradox shit, end up in this monster. And then when they destroy the monster, it comes back, or all these people come back to life. They just like wake up in random spots around the world, and we still don't fully know why. So like the hero of the third arc is back alive. Some of the villains from the first arc are back alive and up to something. So like it's really curious what's gonna happen now.
It's probably just gonna be a nostalgic kickback. We brought back all the villains, and they're gonna fight everyone all the time.
Well, actually, KOF already does that. So, like, remember how I mentioned that, like, 2002 is not a canon game? It's because every so many games they would do a everybody is here kind of deal, where they would just do a fun, like, let's bring back a super cool roster, even if they're canonically dead. And so 2002's that way. So is 1998.
They did that super early, huh?
Yeah. So when the first arc ended, because the last game of the first arc is 97, then 98 is a dream game where it's not canon, but a bunch of characters who died and a bunch of characters that like people want are in the game. And then 2002 they did
I want
it
to whisper
again.
to you while you're in front of this other person. What? I'm surprised he said that. Hey, I want to talk to you secretly in front of this other person.
But yeah. They haven't. I don't think they've done another non-canon one since, though.
Well, they're going to now. They brought everyone back to life.
Yeah, but they did it in a canonical way because of the whole time paradox shit.
Well, I mean, they made it up exactly as much as, like, a dream or, like, a simulation would. I mean, it makes about as much sense.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it's a nifty way of canonically bringing people back from the dead. Like, oh man, we did a fucking time travel story that created a paradox. So let's have it so that because the paradox happened, there's like a wormhole that's opening up and a monster comes out of it. And when the hero manages to kill the monster and seal the wormhole, thus making, the timeline kind of stable again, a bunch of dead souls get brought back because of mystical bullshit. And, like, they're still explaining it. Like, one of the endings to KOF 15 kind of starts implying that there might be, like, a multiverse. And that, like, these monsters are tied to, like, a multiverse thing. So, like, maybe we'll end up with, like, multiverse shenanigans happening. But, who knows?
Fighting games.
Yeah, fighting game stories. They're wacky, they're crazy, they're...
I mean,
a lot of times hard to follow.
I mean, I wish I cared, but I just don't, because you have to do the fighting to get to the fun bits. And it's,
or read a wiki.
Blub. Or just play it all on easy, and then it's like, what's the point?
Yeah. But yeah, because older fighting games, the story is hidden in all the arcade endings, so you literally have to beat the game as everybody.
All the time, every character. You have to
and
block
then
everything.
and then from there you have to sift through it because some of them are like non-canonical joke endings, and you have to like try to piece together which ones are canonical.
Get the DLC, everybody. We locked away your favorite character from the past.
Well, no, it's not DLC because it's before DLC.
Yeah, but you still have to get all the characters to get all the story. That's how they're gonna get you.
You put your quarter in the machine, and then you just get the entire roster is just there, and you pick the one you want to play as, and then when you beat it as that person, you get the ending.
Oh yeah, well what about Edition 2 of the arcade cabinet?
I
don't know.
I mean, you're not wrong. So for like Street Fighter with like, when you got, Super Turbo and things like that for Street Fighter 2, and they added additional characters from time to time, yeah, if you wanted those arcade endings, you'd have to find the one that had that character in it.
I suppose it's not really DLC because it's just another machine. So I guess
another
you're still
edition
right.
of the game. It's literally just, and a lot of times there was, so for those older fighting games, those newer editions, quote unquote, you could call them DLCs or you could call them an expansion. But because of how it worked, they had to market it and like just make it as a whole new game but essentially what it was a giant overhaul balance patch. Where they would add new mechanics sometimes, they would rebalance a bunch of shit, and so like in the end of the day, a lot of like you know how there's like 6 different versions of Street Fighter 2.
All really, I just thought there was 2 versions. I mean 3 versions.
There's Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I have to look them all up. There's a bunch of editions.
But I do know which ending we're on now, and it's more of the one of the fleshed out ones. It's just why we've been on this path for a while. In this path, we get involved with this guy named Giacomo, and he's tied to the cult that's on the station. And his plot thread is that he's been doing things that unallowed like expansions of his, because the thing is that navigators have like psychic powers. So he's been trying to learn more against the cautions of his teacher, who I think we're talking to right now. Her name is Ta.
Gotcha.
Well, it's Ye. It doesn't matter, but her name's actually Yehana. So what's gonna end up happening is that we're gonna help Giacomo get to the thing that he actually wants to do, which is that we're gonna get him into an apparatus that's going to allow his psychic powers to control the station and eventually save it using his abilities to calculate our way out of this, because apparently no one actually knows like a scientific way to make the computer get us the fuck out of the gravity hold of the sun.
Gotcha.
So this is like, I think it's the only ending where we actually get into like the cult shit, because in a lot of the other paths, like the cult just doesn't come into it at all. Like it's just not relevant to anything.
Gotcha.
Like,
So I looked it up. There is Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting, Super Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo Edition, and
the
Hyper Street
console
Fighter
edition.
2. Well, Super Street Fighter 2 is on the console, but it also has there's like, as I said, entire new game mechanics. There's entire new like balance adjustments. Like there's a lot of differences between all.
We
these
added throw combos. New edition. Bring it.
Well, yeah, it's because you couldn't patch the machines back in the day, so you just made new machines for the new version of the game. So even
Well,
though in the it's arguably still.
Well, this game was insanely popular, so we could make 4 different machines for it, because people kept playing it.
I mean, I assume most arcades probably replaced the one machine with another, and they
Yeah,
didn't
but
have
Capcom
multiple.
had to make all the machines.
That's true. But yeah, then they did. I don't think too many. Eventually, they made it easier to follow because they did things like Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Alpha 3.
Yeah, where they actually numbered their... Well, they actually never numbered their editions from how you listed them off. It's just like a bunch of random
Street Fighter
names.
2 ones, not the Street Fighter 2 ones. The Street
Yeah.
Fighter 2 ones are all have crazier names. But the Alpha series, which chronologically take place before 2 but after 1, like that's where they take place. And that's why they're called alphas, because they're like the early stories. Those games, now I will state, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 3 play completely different. There are large changes to the roster, and a lot of the arcade endings do change to the point where, like, to some people, and I would personally also argue, they might as well be new games. But those are technically the 3 editions of Alpha. And then Street Fighter 3 has 3 editions as well, because there's Street Fighter 3, there's Street Fighter 3 Second Impact, and then there's Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. But
I just wish
Yeah,
I had something to
it-
offer to this discussion, but all I can really make
No,
is just like random noises.
I'm just teaching you. teaching you.
I'm gonna
this is
teach
the
you a
lesson today.
skill set that
Professor-
you'll never use.
Professor Zach is going to teach people the history of how
Yeah.
fighting game stories and games worked.
It's too bad Smash Brothers doesn't have a story mode, because we could talk about that, but Nintendo decided to abandon the
Yeah,
idea really
it
early
did.
for fucked up reasons.
It had it, and they had a story mode, and
They had a really
and-
well built, like well thought out story mode, and then they just never bothered ever again.
I mean, there's technically a story. The World of Light has a story.
Well, I mean, it barely fucking counts. I don't know how it would be like, that's a story. I mean, objectively it's a plot, but it's not much of one. It's like saying a World War II shooter has a plot. It's like, it can. Most of the times they don't. Because it's just like one guy destroys the entire enemy system in one fell swoop. And that's your story.
Yeah, I exactly remember I think the World of Light story is that, like, space laser thing kills everybody at the start except for Kirby, and then Kirby goes around and gets them all, and then
Yeah,
go fight 'em.
suspiciously, the one person out of 70 who survived was Kirby, and there's definitely no reason for why it was Kirby.
Kirby's
Wink.
virtually indestructible, that's why. I'm not kidding you, like, if we would, like, look at all the characters in Smash Bros. And, like, look at their lore, and, like, try to figure out which one's most likely to survive, I'd argue that, like, Kirby is still one of the ones that has a high chance of surviving, because there's some bullshit in the Kirby lore. Like, Kirby does some
Yeah,
bullshit.
there's a lot of bullshit. I mean, calling it lore is really generous, because most of the lore is just like, hey, Kirby, a space magician came to Warp Star
Greenland.
again and fucked up everything.
Greenland.
You better go
Greenland.
deal with it. Because it stole your cake, tomato, apple, whatever the fuck you were doing at the time.
Yep. But,
that's like half the games.
But there's, like, lore things that, like, state that Kirby, when he's on the fucking Warp Star, that the Warp Star moves faster than light. Like, there's some bullshit.
Well, it has to, because he's got to
There's,
be
like-
galaxy hopping.
Well, yeah, and there's like a thing that happens in one of the games where like Kirby survives like what looks like to be like a planet-destroying blast. So it's like there's some bullshit going on. And, like Kirby is a bullshit powerful character. And I'd argue one of the most powerful characters in all of Smash Bros. Based on like their lore.
I guess Game & Watch might be in that vein too. How do you destroy a two-dimensional being?
Well, the weird thing there is like Game & Watch's lore isn't like there isn't a lore to where he's from. There's just a bunch of games that he represents. Like there isn't a game where you play as quote unquote Mr. Game & Watch, but there's a group of games called the Game & Watch games where you do different things, and that's what Game & Watch is. He's a bunch of those.
He's an icon, an ideal that we will strive to be the ultimate gamers.
He's a bunch of things from that game, like nostalgia stuff from that game, put together to make a fighting game character. Just like Duck Hunt Dog is like
It's a dog. That's what it is. He's a dog and a bird that have learned to cohabitate.
But no, it's actually the trailer that showed it off back in Smash 4 actually shows that there's 3 people in that set. It's the dog, the bird, and then the invisible zapper. Like the guy with the old zapper controller who's shooting the screen.
That's getting way too fucking meta. We're gonna have to kill this dog before he destroys the dimensional timeline.
Their moveset is not only a reference to the Duck Hunt game, but just a bunch of different games in general from back in the day that used the zapper controller. Like their down B that summons the like cowboy and stuff. Like that's all just different zapper games. Shooting the can, right? Shooting the clay pigeon. These are all different zapper games that were on the NES.
I guess I never really thought about it. I thought they were just old ass games that they attached to Duck Hunt.
Yeah, but the whole concept there is that they're all zapper remote games. For the invisible zapper player, who's part of quote unquote the character you're playing as when you're playing as Duck Hunt.
This asshole is right behind us, being like, "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" And I've got the dumbest grin on my face. Hey, I want to know. Let me know. I need to know so I can spread it around as rumors. I want to talk to you right now.
I'll state another interesting thing though.
Come with me. I need to talk to you more. Hey, why are you running away from me? I'm not creepy. Come back here.
The most recent Street Fighters. So you know how back in the day they made those different editions, and because of it, the games became a lot different.
Well, they were already convoluted from the start, right?
Well, I mean, not story-wise they're convoluted, but like just Turbo, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo is a completely different game than the original Street Fighter 2. Like they play completely different. What they've done now is they'll release these expansions to the game that are essentially. Oh, this is a weird ending. Is this the psychic ending thing, where the
he's getting wired up to the chair that's going to allow him to interface with the station, and he's going to save the day. I don't know why we're in a spacesuit, but I guess we just had to be here for some reason. To be honest, this isn't the weirdest ending. The next one might be the weirder ending, and the one that I wanted to see and actually get to. But the problem was that the dialogue never showed up, probably because I didn't talk to a character enough. I didn't hit a flag I needed to.
Gotcha. But yeah, so for both Street Fighter, actually, I think you can still buy vanilla Street Fighter 4.
Huh.
I think
you can find it somewhere. Every game
I'm pretty sure on Steam you can buy Street Fighter 4, and then you can also buy Super Street Fighter 4 with all the expansions. So like you can go on Steam and you can have both the original Street Fighter 4, and then you can have
this is the
other edition.
This is where it veers off into this different ending, because the difference is supposed to be that if you flagged enough things, then after the cutscene that I got, she gives you additional information, then another character comes to talk to you, and here's where they drop this Paz bombshell, and she's gonna tell, like, it's so secret that they make the person working in here go away, because apparently it's so shocking that he can't handle it. this character named Beeman. Just kind of weird effort for this game, like every one of the background characters has a name. Okay, he just runs in here and tells us. Oh, and Night of the Wind is gonna accompany this. Because I fucking love Night of the Wind. Maybe that was the thing I didn't do. I didn't ask every character about Shatterjack. What the fuck kind of face is that? Looks like his mouth became like a void in his face. So yeah, in this ending, we're told the ultimate secret, and apparently, yeah, we're not a human, we're actually a robot. And we're apparently attached to this prophecy of the digital messiah. And we're going to, I don't know, we're going to ascend or save people by dying.
Weird.
I mean, if this was sprinkled throughout the game, this might have been really interesting. But it's just, they're just doing a weird thing now. I really did want to see this ending, just because this is like this is the weirdest ending. Where we apparently become Space Jesus. We are going to pilot ourselves into the sun in order to fulfill a prophecy that we just learned about 5 seconds ago. I mean, what they say about Sonic is kind of true. Even when Sonic is shit, they tend to have good soundtracks. Because, I mean, even Sonic Unleashed has a really good soundtrack.
Gotcha.
And that game is hot trash. I don't think this one is too long, because I think that was the only difference in the message, like, compared to the message ending. We're basically just gonna get on that ship and drive into the sun like we were told to, like a good little Jesus.
Yeah, like a good little Jesus.
And it's gonna be accompanied by the best rock music that Sonic has ever produced. Garrett, this ending better be epic to justify this song. Backing it.
Satellite gonna get away from the sun though.
No, he's gonna drive into it.
Yeah, but what about the fucking satellite that's gonna crash into it?
Well, maybe becoming omnipotent will allow us to save the station. See, this will all work out.
So this is quote unquote the true ending, right?
I think so. I don't know if there is a true ending. This is just the digital messiah ending. So yeah, we appear on this planet where apparently the maze existed, and this guy gives us a rose. And that's the ending.
Okay.
I think I said this at the beginning of the video. They don't do that thing where they pull like pretentious quotes from. They don't pull it from like real stuff. Like they actually have this. Like, they have this religious doctrine that they wrote for the game, and they're pulling quotes from that. And this is a song that it's honestly attached to a really good joke the song itself is no wait, no, this is a different one. That one's a different thing. This is the credit. This is the credit song to Symphony of the Night.
Oh yeah. But I'm pretty sure this one would be the one that gets us flagged. I don't think
Like,
you can use.
For anyone who's interested, really listen to this and think about this is the credit song to Castlevania Symphony of the Night. This is what they think should have ended that game.
I don't know how the game ends, so I don't know.
Well, like, just think about it. It's one of the most famous Castlevania games.
Yeah. You kill Dracula's Alucard, and you're thinking about your mom or some shit, and boom, the song seems fitting, potentially.
Like, I tried to show this to like 4 different people because the first time I heard it, I thought it was the most bizarre creative choice I'd heard in ages. Because it seemed like it didn't fit fucking at all.
I don't remember if this game's in Smash Bros. Or the song's in Smash Bros.
No, it should be because the song's really good.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where the music rights are one of those tricky things. With Nintendo had to work out, like, that's why there's like hardly any Final Fantasy music, and like I think they got more Final Fantasy music for the most recent Smash Bros. But like when Cloud was first in Smash 4, he came with 2 tracks of music to his stage. Literally only 2.
Bullshit.
From a series that's famous for its music, only 2 tracks came with them. It was like the Final Fantasy VII battle track, and then like one other track from Final Fantasy VII.
Well, at least hopefully it wasn't the Golden Circus.
No, I don't think it was. But and then I think with Sephiroth they got some more in there. But like Square Enix, like they make a lot of money off the Final Fantasy music, so they didn't want to agree to put the music in there, right?
Well,
so like
I know
a lot
the same shit in like the past.
Yeah, but I
like,
know a lot of the
they
companies.
just, like, I mean, I remember the day when they came on and they were like, you know, all those Nintendo music channels, we're just gonna nuke the shit out of them. Which obviously didn't work because then they fought back, re-uploaded everything under different names, and now Nintendo can't fight it just because. Well, what the fuck are you gonna do at that point? Which is nice. I mean, they did the first round of nukes and then they just kind of gave up on the idea.
Yeah. But yeah, so a lot of the music for like the crossover characters in Smash Brothers are like a trickier thing, which is why like Sakurai would always make a point to talk about how much music was coming from the franchise with the DLC characters to Smash Ultimate, because it was important, and it was always super cool when certain companies that are known for how good their music is gave a shit ton of them, like Terry Bogard.
Yeah, I remember King of Fighters. I remember, wasn't it Street Fighter and King of Fighters came in with quite a truckload of tracks?
Yeah, Capcom played really nice, and there's a good chunk for all the Capcom representatives have a good chunk of their music. So like, there's a good chunk of Mega Man music, there's a good chunk of Street Fighter music, right? They weren't the big stickler about not giving the music rights was Square Enix. Square Enix was the one that was like real picky about it. I think they actually gave a good number of Dragon Quest tracks, but the Final Fantasy ones, I still don't know off the top of my head how many ended up there. Because I know Sephiroth added more when they added Sephiroth.
Like, I thought when you want, like, the way you were going with that, I thought that you were gonna talk about how like the challenge of Smash Brothers is like their challenge in picking things is that they have to pick things that are appropriate for what they're doing. So not everything sounds like battle music is their problem.
No, because they have sadder and slower songs that aren't battle music on some stages in Smash Bros.
This is the one that I wanted to talk about before, and it's another song I obviously love. And this is a song that's like, I'm pretty sure it's the one I'm talking about this time, where it's a big joke from Kojima, because this song is in Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, which is kind of I think I turned this one really down just because it gets pretty loud. And
gotcha. I turned it up right now because I couldn't hear it. I had to turn my sound up.
So the reason why this is a joke is that, like, this is the big, like, this is supposed to be like the Snake Eater of Peace Walker, like the big vocal track on it. But when it plays, it doesn't play during, like, when you're battling Peace Walker, the final battle. This song is going on when you are taking a rocket launcher to a nondescript helicopter. And it's backed by this.
No Snake Eater. Climbing the ladder song. Oh, I love. That's the favorite thing about Snake Eater. The whole game. My favorite part of the game is the fact that you climb this ridiculously long ladder so that a music track can play.
But the thing I will always remember, and it is the biggest troll that I think, like, one of the biggest trolls throughout the entire franchise, is that after you finish fighting this helicopter, and it's not the easiest fight in the world, like, you have to take cover from the rockets coming at your face, too. But after you beat it, you have to go through the door to end the mission, and behind the door, immediately after, is another 4 random soldiers just come into the fucking room, and come in guns a-blazing, so I was like, wow, that is a huge fuck you I did not see coming. Like, after this fucking boss, you have the audacity to throw another wave at me right before the ending.
Well, no. So the reason I love Snake Eater so much is because, like, one, you know, they have the really long ladder, but, like, now anytime in a video game ever I come across, like, a really long, like, build-up moment where they're like, oh, you know, cross this really long bridge for a good chunk of time before something important happens. While you reflect, or like, oh, do this thing where, like, you have to ascend something and it's gonna take a second. Like, the first thing that pops in my brain now is Snake Eater, every single time. That's why I love the song. Because now anytime there's, like, a meaningless, really long period of empty space where you're just moving, Snake Eater comes to my mind.
Yeah,
so, like,
I'm not really a huge fan of Snake Eater. Like, I love Heaven's Divide just a lot more. Like, I can't even remember what Snake Eater sounds like.
It's a James Bond, like, theme. Like, hands down, 100% sounds like a James Bond theme.
Which, you know, works. Okay, so, when I was writing that fucking subtitle, like, it's really low on the fucking sound mix. I could barely hear it, so that's why it looks like nonsense. Because I could not understand what the fuck it was trying to say. This is the other Mutiny ending where, like, the engineering department's like, hey, the other department's trying to fuck us over. Let's get back at them. So what we end up doing is we discharge the top layer from the rest of the station, tell them to fuck off, and we are safe up here. All those fuckers died in the fire that they wanted to be so close to.
The image of it falling, I'm pretty sure, still has the top. It's like the same image of the, like, it dying normally.
Yeah, they probably reused it again. Yep, there it is. The same image.
The disc that's supposed to be gone is still there.
So yeah, fuck you, Azira. You get to die in the fire. The engineers will now go into space and blink out of existence. And this will also be backed by Heaven's Divide.
Not a bad one. It's also kind of Bond themed, but I mean that's intentional. Like, I know the Metal Gear games are supposed to.
Yeah, but this is the song to fighting a helicopter. It's just a fucking helicopter. It's not even like a mech helicopter.
Well, I was gonna say the weird thing is that it's because the Snake Eater is not accompanied to anything, right? It's they play it in the anticipation of what's to come. They don't play it while you're doing anything.
Yeah,
important.
because the song happens, like, after the climax, because it happens after you fight the Fury, I'm pretty sure.
Isn't it after the sniper fight? I thought it was after the sniper fight.
Well, I don't know why it would be after the end, because you fight the end in, like, a field. So I don't know where the ladder could be.
I thought you go into something and then you start climbing the ladder after you fight. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really played Snake Eater that much.
I might have to look it up again, because every time I remember that, I'm like, the only long ladder I can remember is, like, after the Fury battle, because that's the guy who you fight in, like, a deep bunker, and, like, way underground, because obviously you have to fight the guy who's made entirely of flamethrowers in a place that isn't flammable. And,
Gotcha.
The end boss fight, for me, took, like, an hour to do, and it's fantastic.
This looks like another bad ending.
Yeah, I think this is just another bad end where, I mean, I guess I could go back and look what happened. I didn't really see what happened, to be honest. It looked like we were just
like messing with another button kind of thing, and then.
Aw, Heaven's Divide is over, and now it's more Sonic. I think like a third of this entire soundtrack is probably just pulled from Sonic. Because I love this tune just because it sounds like a fucking... It sounds like a buddy cop, like,
it does kind of sound like a buddy cop theme.
Oh yeah, this was the microwave ending. Where...
Don't put batteries in the microwave.
Yeah, because in order to get this ending, you have to take a battery pack and throw it in a microwave 3 times.
It's funny.
Obviously that's the other Easter egg ending, because why the fuck would you do that? So again, thank you, Supergreatfriend, for doing both of the joke endings. Apparently we're starting again with the Digital Messiah ending, but it's
gonna be something else you can do.
Yeah, trying to remember which one this is.
Well, we'll find out.
Because we're kind of running out of endings right now. Well, we'll figure it out later. I finally did get my copy of DMC4 in the mail, so I might be doing that next week.
Nice.
Because that was the one that I had bullshit to do with it. Because the person mailing that to me was incompetent and forced me to pay additional postage to get it, so it ended up being like a week late, which is extremely bullshit of him. I've left obviously my seller feedback of that fuckhead about like you don't do that if you're fucking being an Amazon person. That's like day one, not the thing to do to fuck up. Is put the correct amount of postage on your shit. Hey, that play is bogus, man. How dare you try and make me do it? Oh, no, this is the Mind Lift ending. So we're finally going to incorporate that plot point into the ending. Huh. Apparently we're trying to get out of our destiny by using science. I guess I gotta talk about what I've been watching recently, because I've gotten a bit deeper into Attack on Titan than last time I talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about Attack on Titan.
Well, I guess I can keep it. Well, I guess I could keep it very, very vague then, and
yeah, I was gonna say I watched the first season, and I'll probably get around to it.
Yeah, that was what I watched too. Like, there was a time like quite a few years ago where like Attack on Titan was like this huge thing in anime. Like it was the big one that a couple of people talked about.
Right when the first season came out, it was like the thing that everybody was talking about.
I'm not sure. Well, I've had issues with Attack on Titan the first go round because like I remember watching a few of the early episodes and I remember hating the shit out of it. Like I was just not having fun with it. I didn't think it was all that interesting. So I think I left it around when the female Titan got revealed. I don't know how deep you got into it, so I'm not gonna spoil that.
Season 1?
Yeah, but I don't know if you like
watched
watched the whole
entirety. I've seen the entirety of the season 1.
Okay, so the Anti-Titan thing was when I fell off with the series, because at that point I was just like completely uninterested.
And like 1 or 2 episodes away from the finale this season, though.
Possibly. Because the last thing that I think happens is that the Titans duke it out, and Anti-Titan is trying to climb the wall, and then she gets defeated, crystallized, and then that's, I think, the ending of season 1.
Could be. I don't exactly remember how it ended. It's been years at this point. I watched it that first year it came out, so it was 2014
Oh,
when
that is pretty ancient.
when I watched season 1 of that show.
So yeah, I was just not having fun with Attack on Titan, and even now, like, I did have fun watching season 1. Like, I thought a lot of the characters were not fun. They were kind of boring, and a lot of them are kind of just like, throughout the entire script of season 1, I was like just constantly pointing out like these characters are doing dumb things. This plot point's dumb. This progression's not making any fucking sense, and they're pulling things out of their ass. It was just like I was just not into it at fucking all. They weren't having good plot progression, and it was also really weirdly paced. I had tons and tons of problems with it, but the ultimate problem I had was that it's just insanely filled with despair. It's like insanely dark.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of one of those.
Like, and I'm fine if you want to have like darker things in your game. If you want to have an edgelord character, I'm fine. But if you're gonna do that, you have to have some form of levity in your script. Otherwise, you get Attack on Titan, where it's just like constantly beating you down with all these bad things that are constantly happening and characters getting constantly killed.
Yeah,
it's just like. So, in this ending, early on we learned about this experiment that the insane science guy was working on, where basically we transfer our brain into a machine, and that way it keeps our body alive, and it's like this supposed to be this immortality tech. So we use that, combined with Susie, to basically subvert our own destiny.
Yeah, we shot a copy of our brain into the sun, instead of our own brain to the sun.
And then they try to put in a little bit of existentialism. Kind of like what Mass Effect 3 did back in the day when we did that. They
from Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
This is the Coliseum.
This is the one Pokemon track I put in, I think. I think this might just be one on like the arena ladder.
Yeah, this is just the general battle music.
I guess I thought I'd fit a little bit better. Like, I think Mirror B's a bit too powerful.
I mean, yeah, I'm just saying Mirror B's track is good. That's all I'm saying. I really enjoy Mirror B's theme.
Well, I thought you'd enjoy
Pyrite
this too.
Town, and then Pyrite Town's another one I really like.
Because
I
think
sometimes in my regular life, like 20 years later after playing that game, I'll find myself singing Pyrite Town, even though I haven't listened to it in a long time.
Because I think we discussed this like way back, where you know I rediscovered the soundtrack, and I was like, hey, I found all the video game jazz. It was in Pokemon, where it was hiding for all these years. And then it was like I think I listened to like 3 of them and then moved on. But I did pick up this one because it kind of fit more of my video making stuff. I mean, I just kind of this is an interesting ending, because it, like, the way to get to this ending is that you have to fuck up the beginning puzzle. I don't think this is just gonna be a simple game over. I think it develops into something else, if I remember correctly. But yeah, this is Pokemon Coliseum. It's got the good jazz. Well, this might not be jazz, but it's a good tune. It's got your digital guitar. Can't really tell if it's a synth guitar. It just sounds like an electric guitar.
What's an electric guitar?
Well, it has to be an electric guitar. It doesn't sound like a guitar.
No, it is an electric guitar. I said it is.
Oh, I thought you were questioning it.
No, it is an electric guitar, and this is keyboard right now.
I mean, back in the day, I tried to do this with like old Mario Party soundtracks, where I like listened to it really intently and was like, what instruments were they using? And then, of course, this.
You donk. That game was fucking great.
If it wasn't for New Donk City, it would be like probably lose a couple of levels, because that level in of itself is just such a showstopper moment.
True. I'll definitely agree that it's an amazing level. I think if it didn't have New Donk, I'd probably drop it like a star. Like, so like, in my opinion, that game's 10 out of 10. Like, one of the best games I probably ever played. Like, that game's so much fun.
Yeah, I think I'd probably say it's like number 2 or 3 on the list of Mario games because, like, top of the heap for me is Bowser's Inside Story.
Let's see, I haven't played those ones. So I'm just, when it comes to me, like, the ones I compare it to are just the other 3D, like, platforming Mario games. Because I haven't really played. Like, I played Partners in Time, but I never finished it, so, like, and I don't think I even got that far. Like, maybe I got halfway through it, so, like, I haven't really played any of the RPG stuff. So, for me, out of the Mario games, Odyssey's my favorite. Although I can see an argument to be made for, why can't I think of the name of it?
Well, the reason why I had such an appreciation for Inside Story was that, like, it has a couple innovative things on it, and the bigger reason is that it's consistently throwing very good comedic set pieces at your face. Like,
yeah, no,
it is such a good freaking dynamic to have that much Bowser time on screen and see him doing things.
Yeah, I know you're not the only one. I have a friend that, like, in his top 10 best games of all time, like, Bowser's Inside Story's on it.
I mean, I think I think the way that you, like, I can't recommend it to everybody because you really need that grounding of, like, experience with Mario, the franchise, to really get the most out of it. Because it's got those callbacks and things of that nature attached to it. So, yeah, you fuck up the beginning puzzle so much that you end up getting revived by the security chief instead of the doctor. I'm just wondering why they're not doing anything. Damn it, this is their interrogation tactic. They're gonna stare the truth out of us. How can you defeat us when we have this entire jazz ensemble behind us? Fucking weirdo. You can't beat the power of New York City.
New Donk City. Oh, that's looking like a New Donk.
And now we're moving on back to Symphony of the Night. I honestly use this track so many times just because I think it fits with so much random moments. And it's kind of just easy listening music, to be honest.
True.
And then we get stunned again. Because we're being treated like a security threat. To be perfectly honest, in this ending, they're confusing us with Shatterjack, who is apparently a political assassin who's possibly within this situation. Because this important senator is also on board the station. So now we're giving him our story. We're a medic who was attached to the shuttle to kind of reprieve the crew that was already in this desperate situation. Oh, that's great. We're gonna be used as a freaking test subject because this couldn't get darker. But, to get back to Attack on Titan, because we were discussing that. So, the main problem I had was that it was an insanely dark show, and that was just consistently annoying me. And another problem was that the main character, and possibly the rest of the main characters, the three-man squad, they weren't good characters. Aaron was really annoying, and, like, I defined that by I hated his mantra, where he had this attitude where you have to fight to live, and I thought that was fucking stupid. So I didn't like him just because he was acting like an idiot. He couldn't do everything he needed to as a protagonist, so he was getting his ass kicked in really stupid fights because he's just a very aggressive character when it makes no sense. And I defined that by one of my favorite characters in Season 1 was Mikasa, mostly because she didn't talk. like she's one of those classic characters where she's all stoicism, so she doesn't talk, but she's like hyper competent. She can kick everybody's butt. She's great at everything. The only problem I really have with Mikasa is that she doesn't act like much of a human being. I always said that she acts more like a dog.
Yeah.
Like she
That's
acts like
fair,
a
I don't
dog
think so.
because she's constantly like protecting Eren. That's her main motivation. Even when it, you know, puts her in conflict with the chain of command, and it might actively kill her, but she's always following Eren. She's always doing what she needs to protect him and always being by his side. And I thought that was the worst thing about her, just because it makes no fucking sense. But it kind of makes sense for her character because it's tied to how Eren saved her back in the day, and, you know, saved her from dying when both her parents were killed at the same time. And this is the trippy ending where we see the face in the maze, and we walk right up to the face.
I think he's trying to interact with it.
This is a track from Mario Baseball, because the Wario soundtracks in both those games are really good. Because they give him like desert levels, so he gets those themings. But the good thing that happens is that, like, I didn't get to season 2. Like, at this time, my other friend has been constantly dangling the carrot. He says that there's like a redeeming factor at the end of the show. Like, the show's gonna do something like really interesting that'll like redeem when it's bad. So I'm gonna stick with it. But at season 2, like, it almost like flips on a goddamn dime, and they instantly introduce something that's really fucking interesting. And honestly, the show is actually turning around because it's actually introducing levity, and it's a lot lighter than it used to be. Like, characters are still dying, but they're not like, not every episode is a fucking tragedy and a fight for basic survival. Like, it's becoming explorative, they're getting out of the city, and just doing things where not everyone's fucking sad and dying all the damn time. I guess the biggest problem I would have with season 2 is that because it's kind of weirdly paced, characters like learn things in time that doesn't really make sense. Like, the plot's kind of inconsistently progressing, because it's like they're just kind of still pulling things out of their ass, like revelations that don't really make sense in the context of when they learn what's going on. It's just,
Gotcha.
I guess it's kind of weird to describe, because it just revolves around like that problem I was having where characters are like doing dumb things and like pulling dumb moves that, you know, might not have been best for their survival, might not be best for the group. And now I'm playing Big Fishes because why not?
I remember this.
It's a very weird song that I always had like a weird attraction to.
It's from DX cut of Sonic Adventure 1.
Yeah, it's like,
Because Big's not a playable character unless it's the director cut.
it's such a weird like musical sentence, I guess, throughout the entire thing. It's got like this droning instrument all the time.
This is a really trippy thing we're watching right now in this fucking game. Like, that maze thing he's walking through is giving me goddamn headaches.
Oh, well, you might wanna look away, because I think there's a third run through the maze, and then that's it.
It sounds like we're getting the third run.
I mean, they're kind of short. I don't think they're like more than 2 minutes.
The first one was kind of long. Second one I think was a bit quicker.
I guess I wasn't paying attention because I was talking about anime.
Yeah. I haven't been watching anime lately. The show I've been watching lately is Euphoria. Have you heard of it? It's like, it won a bunch of awards and stuff, so maybe.
I think I might have heard about it at one point while I was looking for anime to watch. It sounds
It's
familiar.
not anime. It's not anime. It is not anime. I said I'm not watching anime.
Okay, then I have no idea.
Okay, so it's an HBO show.
That's a big
Are you-
difference.
Do you know the actress Zendaya? She's in the Spider-Man, the most recent Spider-Man movie.
She, again, it sounds familiar, but I thought she was a musician.
No, she's... I mean, maybe she's done music. I don't know if she's done music. I mean, so many actresses nowadays have done music.
Oh, and now it's the ending to Super Mario World because I fucking love the ending song. It
But,
picks up, it gets better.
Gotcha. I was gonna say, this just sounds like the general theme to Super Mario World.
No, this is the credits song.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a different, like a twist on the opening song. Anyway, so, yeah, the actress Zendaya, she's in the Spider-Man movies too. She plays, like, the MJ character. She is, like, this drug addict teenager.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, you mean like in real life?
No, in the show.
Oh, yeah, because you're talking about Euphoria. I got a bit confused.
Yeah. So in real life, she's an actress who's worth a shit ton of money.
Cause
But
Hollywood.
Yes, but she's playing this drug addict teenager, and then there's just like all this crazy like I don't know how to write. Essentially, there's just like a bunch of these. The show is very dark, and it follows like all these teenagers as Zendaya's character kind of narrates what happened during this like last year of school, and there's all this kind of stuff happening with different characters. So like her character is a drug addict that's having drug problems, and she.
Okay, I think that's our last run through the Tumble Maze. If you're not watching.
Oh yeah, now the game's upside down, and her character's like confused and wobbly.
Well, I mean, we are upside down, and the senator's staring at us. So, and he's calling us Shatterjack. So.
Gotcha. I think this might be more nauseating. What's happening right now on the screen? Not gonna lie.
Fair enough.
Jock, who he's got a bunch of problems from shit, and his dad's likely not that good of a person, and
I love how he shot us while we were tied up and upside down. I don't know why the fuck he needed to do that, but okay. So is it just like a drama about this drug addict's life?
kind of like it has to do with all the kids, like all these different kids at the school. So like, because we have her and her drug problems, but then we have this like jock guy who is like obsessive and has these control and like power like delusions that he like needs to have. And he's kind of messed up in the head from things that happened with him as a kid. And so like he basically murders like he beats the shit out of this guy, because in like episode 1 his ex-girlfriend tries to get back at him at some party where they're all, you know, fucking drunk as hell even though they're in high school, and you know, some of them are probably doing other drugs. I mean, the Zendaya's doing all sorts of drugs. But at this party, she has this guy's ex-girlfriend has sex with some guy, like in the pool, kind of in front of, like everybody can just see it happening. And so he finds out who this random guy is who's at the party that she hooked up with. Finds out who he is, starts following him around, breaks into his house, accuses.
We might have to table this for the next thing we do, because we actually only have a minute left.
Fair enough.
This is a cutscene that I still wanted to include. Because
Yeah.
We weren't able to get it on any of the paths, so I just included it anyway. But the thing that's going to end this video is a quote
in the
from
manual.
Supergreatfriend.
At the end of the manual, there are a few tips about how to play the game, and the thing that I found quite funny was the final tip in the manual.
I think I'm going to go back so that we can fully hear what he says. It's only going to be a minute. Because I do like this clip.
Yeah.
In the manual, at the end of the manual, there are a few tips about how to play the game, and the thing that I found quite funny was the final tip in the manual, I believe, was... Hold on. I believe I have it here. Yeah, there it is. I saved a game and can't remember what I did last or what I'm supposed to do now. Well, use a notebook and pencil to write it down. I like that the question that they were anticipating people would have is, I don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing. Because that, yes, I think that is a very likely problem that is going to come up when you're playing Sentient. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So write it down and keep track of the information you've been receiving, because you'll be getting it all the time.
So yeah, that was Sentient. A game that doesn't make any fucking sense, has tons of actions that don't apply to anything, and that was their fucking attitude towards the people who were supposed to be playing it.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so we're done. You can continue talking on your TV show while if you're still up for it, we can boot up Obra Dinn and you can have more time with your favorite rival, the Tattoo Man.
We can do more Obra Dinn. So let's go do that. But yeah,
to put a tack in this, I did this as an experiment because I thought this might be a good content route when I first planned this. This was a complete disaster, and both were misfires. We are probably never going to do this again. I'm done with the adventure games. This was a complete mess.
Yep.
But we tried. Like, unlike my co-commentator, I will plow through the garbage for my art.
I won't. I'll just quit. I'll just be like, nah, this is garbage. I'm not gonna waste my time on garbage. Go do better things.
So yes, I would if you want a new streamer, I would recommend checking out Supergreatfriend, and I like his attitude. I think he's a good producer, and he's still active in doing things.
There you go. The only stuff I've seen of this person is the little bit we saw today. But it was good footage, and go check him out.
Yeah, he's the guy who's willing to play Sentient for 11 hours.
And if that doesn't tell you about how good of a person he is, I don't know what will.
Ding ding. Ready for adventure. I'm pretty sure this is the file that we were playing on. Anyway, I need to, oh crap, did the game crash? Why did you crash, you stupid piece of shit? Okay, it did. Okay, we're good. Now I just need to Alt-Tab and fix my shit. I need to send it to you on Discord so that you can see what the hell. I can't see the game. Oh wait, I can just do this. Okay, so you got the stream. I just need to continue playing it.
Do I have the stream? Maybe I do. Hold on, give me a second. Oh yeah, there it is.
So yeah, the last thing we were doing was a loose cargo.
I need to turn this game down. Oh, butts. This is a lot louder. Alright. Yeah, so just go find the next death. I forgot that I'm the one kind of piloting this, even though you're the one playing it.
Yeah, you're driving the boat
it's hard to talk about my show and pilot the boat here.
Well, I mean, I could go just find a guy, and I guess you could talk while I'm in transit.
Yeah, there we go. That works. But yeah, so essentially it's all really dark shit happening to these couple different high schoolers. So like you have Zendaya out on, her character's all drugged out. You have this like psychotic, basically, jock who has to be, in control of all sorts of other stuff. You have this one girl who where I'm at in the show, she's starting to become like a cam girl.
Because
she's getting confidence from that.
Fair enough.
And
Stairs that lead to nothing.
What else is there? There is what I'm waiting to be the big revelation is so Zendaya's character is friends with this trans girl, and in the first episode, the trans girl goes to like hook up with some guy that she meets on something or another. We already did that one.
I don't know if we did this one or not. Oh, we did. Sorry, I fucked this up. Because I know there's one easy death that we missed, so I guess I was trying to find that. Okay, let me get out of here. not what I was trying to find.
Did you quit out of the game?
Why? Can you not see it?
My stream, you've been disconnected. Sit tight, we're patching you back in.
Oh my god, Discord. Fucking fix your shit.
Well, it depends. If you like tabbed out or something, it will do shit like this because it.
I mean, I can see the stream, but I can try to send it to you again.
Well, it's the game. You were sending me the game.
Okay, can you see the ship?
Yes, it's good. So, in the first episode though, this trans girl goes, she like meets some guy on Grindr or something because don't fully get it myself, but trans girls use Grindr because, like, I guess it's likelier to get people for them. I don't know. I'm not a trans girl. But she hooks up with this guy, this like older guy, and she lies about her age, because she's in high school and this guy's like, you know, an adult.
Yeah. He doesn't get
and
freaked
it
out because
turns.
she's an edgy teenager.
I mean, he doesn't seem like a very good person.
Oh, that's
But anyway, he ends up. He ends up, or she ends up like, after they have sex, she like dips out without like, he's in the shower and she like dips, and she goes to this party and then she has a run-in with the crazy like jock guy, and
okay, here's what I was looking for. We actually didn't see this one yet, and this is gonna be an easy one. Yo.
Dysentery.
Get your Oregon Trail shit out of here, random guy. I mean, that'll do it.
Oh, the octopus got him while he's pooping.
Guess we're gonna look around.
I mean, I don't know who that guy is, but yeah.
I don't know if we can click on him or whatever. Oh wait, we can. That guy.
Okay, that guy, gotcha.
Sleepy people.
Who's our victim? Go to our victim.
Well, the victim's the crushed man.
ES. So we don't even have a photo of this guy.
And there's a pretty good reason for that. What's up, guy? Conservative man. Explain yourselves to me, beard man. At least we got a decent clue from that. So, Cheddar, who is this man?
Hold on.
Well, we probably should start with his death.
Oh. Okay, now I am curious what's happening with Discord here. Because you're not tabbing out or anything.
No,
I'm just playing the game normal.
I'm just playing the thing.
So then, I don't know if it's a connection issue or what right now, but
It sounds like it's a connection issue.
I got disconnected from it again. And it could be my internet this time, because today we had some internet problems with Comcast. So it might be on
boy,
my
you're on
end.
Comcast. Well, you probably don't have a choice, though.
I mean, it's been fine the entire time we lived here, but today there was like an outage thing that happened.
Do you want me to resend you the game again to get this done faster?
No, I just exited out of it and re-entered it, and I'm back in. So, well, who is this? Click on it.
We got a list.
Find an ES name. So.
Okay. Not here. Edward Spratt.
Okay.
And that's it.
Spratt. It's Edward Spratt.
Okay, so... Oh, I accidentally clicked Finley. So how does this man die?
He met Monster, I guess.
What'd the monster do to him?
crushed him, I think?
Crushed by a beast. Oh, we get another death off this, apparently. Okay. How am I gonna get up there? Where's the stairs?
Stairs, right there.
I didn't think there'd be an upstairs to this, but here we are. Oh, I think I remember this one. Because I don't have a photographic memory of this game. I mean, it's kind of hard to have one, to be honest. Come here, Smokey. Now, are you gonna be our last corpse?
I'm pretty sure we have a lot more corpses to find.
Over my dead body, you bloody Dane. Huh? How's that?
There's no cause for trouble, boys. Get in the boat.
Thought I'd forget. You killed my brother. What? That was an accident. The ropes.
It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing.
Lies. I shouldn't have waited so long.
No, don't.
Well,
Alright, so he's bludgeoned. Hold on. Let's take a look here. So we have guys leaving in a boat. And one guy was bludgeoned. And they're leaving with a box.
hey, can you guys move? I need to see your boat.
Oh, we need to see the boat. I feel like the more important thing would be to look at the guys quick.
Okay. Yeah, I probably should establish the victim and his murderer.
Wow, I don't know who any of these guys are. 2 weeks since I last seen anything in this game, so it's kind of hard to remember.
Yeah, we're gonna have to reestablish and try and find something out.
Oh, he was bludgeoned to death.
I mean, we could definitely start with the death and then start figuring it out later.
He was bludgeoned to death by unknown.
I don't think I got
Clubbed.
bludgeoned.
Clubbed.
No, I keep doing that wrong. Clubbed by who?
Unknown attacker. Just leave it at unknown attacker right now.
Okay, you wanna try for his name?
No.
That's all you get, those are your 2 deaths.
Alright.
Catalog of bullshit. Yeah, I would imagine in the Doom a lot of fucking people died. Oh, that's a lot. Hey, whatever you are.
Time to just find the next corpse, I guess.
Okay, well, we can go back to what I was doing before. Trying to find that random guy. Where are
What?
you, random guy?
Are we at the part where I have to start piecing shit together and there's no more things to find?
Yeah, I think we're running out of new stuff to find. I'm just trying to find the guy that I looked at in the first place. Because I'm pretty sure he was in chapter
I
1.
forget. The more triangles above something, the harder it is supposed to be to figure it out.
Yep, those are difficulty levels. That was,
So this guy's supposed to be easier.
yeah, we said that he died due to illness.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I know why he died, but how am I supposed to know who this is?
Well, we're gonna have to establish it, and I think the way that we're gonna start doing that is by going to his memories, where he was.
Well, I'd say let's start then. If we're out of people if this is the part in the game where I have to start piecing shit together, I better just start with the guys that are labeled as the easiest to figure out.
Yeah, seems like a good way of going about it. Okay, so that's the guy I'm looking for. He was in this memory, so I'm just trying to establish. Okay, so I can start with this guy. He's on
So who are we trying to figure out? The guy who died of sickness? Is that who we're trying to figure out?
Yeah, but these are the memories that he was in.
Okay.
So I gotta go back down to the cargo hold to go there. Because we gotta start somewhere. We gotta start knocking off the list.
Yep, no, it's fine.
I'm gonna jump oh. I want to jump down and die horribly. Because this is the very early 19th century. Okay. I think this was the memory? Oh, you're not before. No! You're not here before. Hey, there you are.
Alright, so he's lugging shit down. He's lugging barrels. We might need to learn the fucking boat term, the nautical terms now.
Oh, we can get into the glossary. Get to table of contents, get to glossary. You want me to just look at everything?
I mean, I know what a captain and I know what a mate is. I need to look at what a bosun is. Foreman in charge of general crew operations and equipment required to sail the ship. Okay. Yeah, okay, and if I can guess what a gunner is. What's a purser? Okay, so the purser wouldn't be carrying shit. He'd be the guy he'd have like a clipboard or something.
You want to look at surgeon or carpenter?
No. I can guess what a helmsman is. They control the boat. Steward is assistants to officers, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
And then I need to learn what a midshipman is versus a. Okay. A midshipman's a privileged status.
Okay. Topman.
Okay. So it's probably a seaman.
You want to know any of the decks?
Yeah.
Okay, main deck.
Okay, that's the top that's exposed to weather. Cool. That's where the cannons are, so that's the next deck down. This is the second to the lowest. Okay, containing storage, cabins, animal pens, and ship steering tiller. Okay.
And that's all you get.
So we don't get to know what the bottom deck is called?
Apparently not. Those are all the terms that you need to finish this game, apparently.
Alright. Well, so we know he's probably a seaman.
I can go to his page if you want to take a crack at it.
I mean, I'm curious. Okay, seaman. Okay, click it. Let's look at all the seamans.
Now here's where it starts.
How many are there total?
A lot.
Oh, and we've hardly figured out any of them according to this. Okay, let's try to figure out what he is let's try to maybe figure out where he's from. If he's from England, or if he's from Ireland, or if he's from Sierra Leone, or if he's from Wales, or if he's from India. I mean, can I see a picture of him again? Okay, he's definitely probably not from India.
I mean, I can start going to the other memories until you have an idea.
Yeah, I guess that'll be what we have to do. How many memories does he have?
He's got 4, I think the count was. And a lot of them are just early on. So I guess I'll just go to part 2.
He does die of illness. He does die of illness early on. So.
Frick, I'm not doing this right. Okay, let's go. Okay, I think the second death was the barrel. But where was that barrel? Who's this?
Keep pressure here. Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward had never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself.
Those ungodly beasts carry a curse! Throw them back or doom us all!
Okay, so this guy's a steward.
In the lazarette with those things, he may yet find his senses.
Come on.
All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg?
Ew. The hell's with the squeeze box? Hey, big ears.
So we know this guy's a steward.
Dancy man. That guy.
Doctor. Sure.
Look at the victim.
The guy they're carrying is missing his leg.
Well, I can't fucking focus on him.
I thought you did.
Mr. Hat.
Oh wait, 20 years my... So this guy's the steward. This guy here. So he's...
Oh yeah, that's that bald dude. Who the fuck's this guy? Other Hat Man.
Great. So which one's yelling 20 years my steward? Oh, there's a lot of fucking shit going on with this one.
Well, that's how you get your... It's where you get your clue heavy ones. Apparently there was a chapter we never even started on yet. Oh yeah, it's one of the guys in the firing squad. So what do you want me to look at?
Well, so how did he die? Killed sword, I guess? He got his leg cut off.
Then we're gonna have to find who killed him.
By an unknown steward. Labeled as a steward. And it's gonna be the fourth mate steward, I think.
Oh, here we go.
So, whoever's the fourth mate steward. Are the stewards labeled? Like, which one's whose?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, well then I already know it's the fourth mate's steward.
Davy James?
Must be. Now I just need to figure out who this guy is.
He's, that guy. He's been in, like, everything.
No, I mean who the victim is. I just have to figure out who the victim is.
I still have no idea. Oh, wait, yeah, we do. It's the guy with the gunman. Oh, it's Edward.
Okay.
Some guy who's apparently still locked off. Oh, hey, they got that box again. Ah, it's Mr. Necktie. It's that other beard guy. You want me to still look at everybody?
No, for right now it's fine.
Okay.
I assume we'll eventually have to go back and look at these guys later.
Well, I guess we'll establish who this guy is now. Apparently we're just gonna run through all of Chapter 5, I imagine. I was like, hey, what's this stinky shit in the corner? And I found an entire chapter of the game. Damn it, where are you going? Stop doing loop-de-loops.
Kinda hard to tell what's happening here.
I can get closer.
What is this to drag him down though?
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that.
I guess he's crushed? I guess. I just don't know if it counts as who's killing him. Like, is the that guy killing him, or is it not anybody killing him? Or is he impaled? Wait, is it going through his head? Hold on, did he get impaled? No, it doesn't look like it's going through his head. It looks like it snapped his neck.
Who are you? Mr. Guy with Hammer? I mean, the chapter is called Unholy Captives. So I want to take a stab at this one?
How did he die? That's how we're gonna go. Flip to the next page. Flip to the next one. Struck?
Struck by what?
No. No, none of those options work. Although it implies hooves are gonna kill someone, which I haven't seen yet. It also implies wings are gonna kill someone. Where's crushed again? It might be under crushed. I don't know what the fuck it is. Is that rigging they're carrying? Is it cargo? Like, I guess cargo for now.
Okay.
No, it says falling cargo. I don't know if it's falling cargo though. I don't know. This is one of those things that's like, I don't know if the game wants to. I'd call it falling cargo, but I don't know if the game wants to call it falling cargo.
Well, I'll remind you that the game's a bit more generous than you think it is, and I think it does accept multiple answers sometimes.
Gotcha. Alright, let's go on.
Okay, time to move on. Who else died in this unfortunate circumstance? Oh, the twisted guy upstairs? How did that happen? Come on, Magic Watch. We need your help. It's a man who is now a pinata.
Clear the deck. Move the boat to stern and throw the bodies over.
It's a lot of bodies if that's what's happening.
Hey there, what's this? Give him the tea and I can fry us a solid meal, boys.
Careful now. Take it slow.
What's it, gentlemen? There's a free shell here. Let's have a look.
No, get back.
Is the grab thing in there?
Trying to get different perspectives on it.
The tail of something.
But,
it looks like a tail. Or maybe, I don't know.
If I stand over here.
It's a fish. Yeah, it's a tail of a fish. I think.
Actually, what's hitting him? Maybe I can get a better, closer look on him.
I think he's getting pushed away from the tail that's flipping in the thing. See the tail flipping out? The fish tail? I think he's falling backwards after getting smucked with it in the face.
What are you guys doing just standing around? Come on, we gotta help this man. We need to help him descend into the white void. You know, I might alt-tab out and, like, turn this game down because it is getting really loud. Apparently almost 30 other people were there.
Alright, how did he die? Find the one that said tail.
Struck?
Yeah.
But who is this man?
No idea.
Okay.
The thing I hate about this game is I personally don't know if I can fucking ever figure out.
I can always go back to the dialogue if you want to look at it. The X's are the victim.
Fry us a solid meal, boys. Okay, let's see if there's a chef. Cook. Go with Thomas, the cook.
Yeah, apparently we don't have enough if that's correct.
Alright, well, let's move on to another one.
Okay, which one are you... I gotta go upstairs. I mean, that's why there's, like, way more victims, is because they're all always upstairs. Okay, move over, assholes. I need to get on the top deck. Box in. Oh. How did you idiots die?
Oh, it's like the double homicide.
I mean, there's a lot more fucked up things happening on this boat. Damn it, stop going on a trip. Where are you going?
Let's look at it until it goes to the center area of the boat.
Yeah, but it always takes its fucking time.
Yeah, but you just have to look at it for it to move, to my knowledge. You don't have to, we don't have to follow it, so just go to the area where we can see it and watch it.
Watch it do its flip tricks.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是虾米？未来全部供出来，拢是恁害啦！迄个害得较比人无过好，是让人晕死的啊！He talk about a shell, very dangerous.
Shell? What shell?
Apparently someone was shot.
Whatever the fuck's in there. More of the fish things that they caught. Hold on, let's look around at people. Stop staring at what's clearly a monster or an animal that spiked them.
Oh, hey dude.
Okay, but look at the victims!
I don't look at the victims.
First, it's the most important ones. Here's one of the Chinese guys.
Are you
That's the guy interpreting for him. No, that's the guy interpreting for him, I think.
Mr. Hat.
That's the guy questioning them.
But who was the second victim?
The guy behind him. The guy behind him. They probably both get fucking got.
Damn you, Canary Islands, look at what you've done.
Yeah, it's the guy behind him.
Oh, hey, it's Mr. Baldy.
Okay, so how did they die? They got spiked by a beast.
Okay, I think spiked is an answer.
And then go to who is the soul of the first guy?
Yeah. Oh wait, sorry, I fucked up. Maybe I can click through it.
What? Why is it blurred? Because we have zero idea who it is?
Well, the game thinks that there's not enough information to get them, but we can always try if we want to.
I was gonna say, go find the Chinese people.
Got a bunch of Formosans, which I think is old-timey for China. And then we got 4 Chinese topmen. And that's it.
Then it's the Formosans.
Okay, so we got Chio and It Bang still.
Okay, just click one. If we got it right, would it have immediately gone and did it?
Yep.
Okay, then it's this. Because I was like, it's one of those two, I know it. And I know we have 2 other people correct right now, so...
Hey, you got chapter 5, like, a third done. And obviously Edward.
Alright, we got 3 more guys down.
And just to give you another hint, basically that means that everything else that we have completed at this time is also wrong. So we can use that as a clue.
Wait, literally everything we have completed is wrong?
Well, if you put in 2 bits, the 2 bits are wrong.
Okay,
but
so let's
if you have stuff that's half completed, then obviously
I'm pretty sure I have
wrong
most
anyway.
of the things that are half completed, but let's look to see if we have anything that's 2 bits right now.
It's unknown soul, and this unknown soul, this unknown guy. Okay, this one. Oh wait, unknown attacker. We don't know who that guy is apparently. And I think bargain is the ending chapter, so we don't got any. Apparently, we haven't touched any of these guys.
No, because those are the disappearances we just found out about.
Okay, here's one.
Okay, so this is not him. His name is not... Alright, pull up the topman, because we know he's a topman, because he's up on the ropes.
Okay, we
I
got.
thought he was the Persian.
We got these 7 guys or 8 guys.
Okay, I'm gonna guess that he's the New Guinea guy.
Well, we're gonna have to build up to where we can. That guy exploded. That guy with cannon. That guy blasted by some guy. Cannon again. That was the club guy we just did. Apparently big ears they think we can get.
What, 3? Is 3 most likely to figure out, or?
No, 3 is most painful.
Yeah, so we definitely are not gonna get big ears, because he had 3.
This guy. He got set on fire.
Hey, hold on. Pull up that guy for a second.
You want me to, like, pull up where he is in the picture?
Yeah.
This guy.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, we don't have anyone
Hold
else
on,
around.
bring up the Chinese people, or the Formosans, I guess. Oh, we can't in this picture, because we have 3 out of the 4 of them. So if we can find the other guy that's part of, like, the Chinese.
I can fucking do that. I can just go to the beginning and pull up the picture. Apparently, yeah, just put his picture in.
Yeah, so put his name in as the other.
He might not even have a page yet or something, because I think that we get that when there's no page. Okay, so which one of you It's that guy. How did you die, idiot? Apparently they had a very bad away mission, because 3 of them died. Wait, we're already done? That was kind of a light chapter. It's only 5 deaths.
5 deaths for chapter 5 seems fitting.
I guess magic takes a long time to make anything happen.
Ahoy! Hell back! Get the captain! Ahoy! Wait! Don't shoot! I have treasure! I yield! Hold your fire!
What?
He's shot.
Oh, he's shot by a Formosan.
He's shot by that guy.
He's one of the hat men.
He's one of the hat guys, okay.
He does have treasure. Who are you? Oh, you're that guy we can't figure out yet. Anything else over there? Not a person.
One of those monsters.
They have arms.
They're like weird mermaid things. Now that we see a better look at them. Not right now, at least. Not that we can see. I mean, there's another guy in that window up above, like the window to the right there. See, he's probably the guy saying "Don't shoot" or "Hold your fire." See.
Yep. So what's up, thing?
I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. So my guess is he shot him because the other guy, the dead guy, the other Chinese guy's behind him dead, or Formosan guy.
You killed my best friend. Now you're dead too. How dare you? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think we'd have a whole 2 chapters left. We're gonna be getting all the clues tonight.
Yeah, he was shot.
He was shot by some man.
No, we know the name of the guy. We just have to pull up the gun.
How did he shoot him?
I
guess we
pull
can
pull up the people present. No, go to the people present.
Oh,
show the.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Because we can do it that way.
No, unfortunately, you have to.
You're in chapter 4.
Okay. Chio.
Okay, so we'll label it in the book as Chio that shot him.
I'm trying to figure out my buttons. Now, do you want to take a shot on who he is?
Not right now, because I don't think we have other ones figured out. So now we have our last Formosa guy right here.
Well, hopefully he didn't die in a convoluted way.
So I'm curious where they're gonna put the body.
I think they're all gonna be right next to each other. Because they brought him on board the ship, like, just right next to each other. Yeah. Okay, so guys, how'd your away mission go? Do we not have a death page for Miss Lim? Why didn't you set yourself on fire?
Is he on fire? I can't tell. Is that fire? Is that what that's supposed to be? That's coming out of there? That has to be fire, right?
I think so. I can't imagine what else it is.
Meanwhile, he's fighting one of the things. That's the guy who just got whacked in the previous death. And that's probably our next body or something.
Oh, hey, that's her.
Then. Okay.
So she did die on the trip. And this is all the sea you get.
Alright, well, we know he burned, so that makes that easy.
You think they're gonna be dicks and give you, well, who caused him to be on fire?
Himself, maybe. I assume the treasure box is booby-trapped. That's how he got himself killed.
You know those damn ancient people and their fire-spitting boxes. Apparently we can't do anything else, so...
No, but now we find Miss Lynn's corpse.
Yeah, let's get to the last, lady of the ship. So how'd you die, stupid? I mean, you're full of blood, so I imagine it wasn't very nice. Seriously? God, you are such an attention whore, smoke monster. Oh, but can you see me do this trick? Look, I can go all over the sea. What? I mean, that's our victim.
Yeah, okay, but what the fuck's it? Fuck is this shit? I can't tell what the fuck's happening. So it's pulling the souls into the box.
What's happening, dude?
He's doing something to pull the souls into the box. Like, look at the monsters. Like, the fucking energy beams are coming from the monsters in the water and going into that box.
Oh wait, are you
that guy's fucking harpooned. No, that's probably the next corpse.
I can't tell what's happening.
That guy's big ears guy.
Oh. Wow.
That guy's harpooned. That one guy's definitely harpooned. But we go back over to the woman. The woman is the one we're fucking figuring out right here in this book. No, not that woman there.
This one?
No, the woman. There's literally only one that's a girl.
Yeah, but how did she die?
But that's the body we scanned. Like, that's what we just scanned.
I know it's the one we scanned, but this is getting a bit confusing.
Yeah, but if we stared at her long enough, we might have been able to figure it out. I think she might have been... She's killed somehow by one of the monsters, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, let's, we're gonna have to look at her a bit. Okay,
well, my thought is maybe, because we're seeing all these fucking murders, and we're gonna find another one here in a second, because there's a bunch of corpses.
I have no idea. It doesn't look like she's dying right now.
But no, this is her death. Like, she's the victim right now. My guess is we're gonna see her in another one of these other dead people on these boats. Memory.
So
she's gonna be getting hit by something.
Okay, so you think she died of her wounds that she got a long time ago?
She got like seconds ago, because we're literally gonna scan another dead person that's in the same conflict.
Not even the harpoon guides this guy.
Oleg, you still breathing? Can you roll? Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sake!
Okay, so this one had names in it. It's hard to see what's happening here. So we have the Chinese guy grabbing our victim. Is that our victim?
Again, he's getting harpooned at the time. But who's the?
Hold on, go look at the lady. Go look at the woman.
Which lady? Where is she?
She's over there.
Oh.
Okay, she's being bitten. Claude? Okay, Claude.
I think I gotta get closer.
Yeah, she's being clawed. Her throat's getting ripped out.
Well, that's violent. How are you doing, dude? Go ahead and have protected the lady from the mermaid.
Okay. Go.
Oh, jeez, this guy's 3 stars.
Yeah, don't worry about this one. This one's kind of tricky to tell what's happening in it. But go to the girls page.
Oh, sure.
Go to the girls page. Say she was clawed to death by the monster.
Oh, you got more.
Oh, apparently I had 3 already. Okay, because I was gonna guess who the fucking guy was who got shot a second ago, but apparently we have another one.
Well, to be fair, that one was also easy.
Oh yeah, these 2 were easy, but the guy who got shot a second ago.
Hey, you got Mr. Tattoo Man. You finally defeated your rival.
Okay, go to the first mate that got shot by the Chinese guy.
Oh yeah.
Upon returning.
Which chapter was he in?
5.
Okay, so can I go there?
They come back. They come back from the away mission in 5.
Really,
4 is right now. We're currently doing the this one. Oh wait, no. Okay, it looks like it's the end of this chapter is what it's considered.
Okay.
So this. Click on his name. I think I know who this is because they said it in the thing. I think it's Nichols, the second mate. Right? Because we don't know if we haven't. Yeah, because they're like right. Go to the one we just found, the murder we just watched. Look at the dialogue.
Okay, so the
O'Hagan, you still breathing? Can you row? That's the guy who's harpooned is O'Hagan, because he's in the rowing position. And then Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sakes, right?
Well, wherever he is, wherever he's dying, it's this guy in this picture saying that.
Right. But who would he? We know that the guy who gets shot upon return has a hat, meaning he's a high-ranking person. And 2, we know that we know here that he's I'd expect him to be the one that you'd call the commanding officer on this away mission. So saying, "Sir, shoot him," I'm gonna go with that right now. Anyway, go on. We'll find the next guy.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's the guy who got harpooned.
Oh, it's this guy now.
So this is O'Hagan.
And all these guys die like within 5 seconds of each other.
Keep rowing!
Where is it? Where? Something there!
I see it!
Give us a weapon! Shoot it! My kid eye!
Pick up the oars and row!
My kid eye! Oh, wow.
Or maybe he's spiked?
That's
Hold on, go look at the thing that's throwing it. Go look at the thing that's throwing it. Is that a person or... No, it's a monster. So it might be considered spiked. Because it might be a spine.
It's
It
quite
looks like
throw.
a weapon though.
I can get a closer look at it.
It looks like a harpoon. And we know it's O'Hagan, because he asked him if he could still row.
And he was on the gun squad. This guy's having a bad time of it too. That is one of the drunkards.
Russians.
And he's still having a bad time. I feel bad for the harpoon man. Oh, wait, is he trying to? He's trying to cut himself free on the harpoon.
Yep. So.
Oh, so they were fucking suspicious of the box. That's why they tied him up.
Yeah.
Or something happened. I thought this was just a 3-man squad, but it seemed like just everybody went on this fucking thing and died.
Hold on, click on the dialogue quick. I just want to double check.
He just said, give us a weapon.
Okay, so we have a Russian guy saying Mother of God. We have keep rowing. We have the Chinese people yelling stuff. Okay. So he was, let's see if harpooned is a method of death.
No.
Well, what about page 3? Is it on page 3? Speared.
Speared by who?
Terrible beast. Assuming these things count as terrible beasts.
Well, I mean, this is the 19th century. We don't know what it is.
No, we do know it's a terrible beast because the woman got her throat clawed out, and we got that one solved.
Yep.
And I said clawed out by a terrible beast. Okay. Go with O'Hagan for this one.
Let's find an O'Hagan. It's only 60 people, so it's probably only one. Oh, Patrick.
Okay, and then go to the. Did I say it was Nichols for the one? Did we already put that one in?
Yeah, I think we did.
Okay.
Nichols was shot by Shio, who we already know.
Yeah. Okay. Exit out, because now we only need to solve one, and I'll know if I got shit right there.
Who would have thought the one with all the clues would have been fucking chapter 4?
Well, the problem is that everything in chapter 4 is self-contained as of right now.
We'll reach the Canaries in 3 days. You packed enough stores?
Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
Good. Stay
Loaded
quiet and
of
alert.
myself.
If the wind picks up, we've no chance against the Obra Dinn.
休假，你玩做不？
我冇问题，但是伊来想啊，绝对袂当互伊落去水底。
那是遐个怪物出现，你绝对卖起来。
Aye, shut it up.
They say strange things about monsters.
Ow. Again. Okay, so he's getting the full brunt of it, and it looks like he's fine. Well, we already know he's fine because he didn't die.
This guy's Russian.
And there's big ears. That guy. The other man.
And that guy must be the captain.
And that guy's the hat man who has the gun. So yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory.
That guy's Russian. Whoever he is.
Well, we're getting a bit closer. We can just start plugging Russian names in. Hoping for the best.
Well, he hasn't been killed. He wasn't killed in the scene, Jeff.
He might have been killed in the future.
Right. But when I see him in the future, I'll know he's Russian.
Apparently he's a difficult bastard.
Well, he was speared by a beast.
But goddamn, who is this man?
Alright. Anyway, exit out here.
That's chapter 4, I guess. apparently 2 people just went missing.
Yeah, the Russian guy didn't show back up. And neither did that guy, whoever the fuck that is.
So, where the hell do they end up?
That's a very good question.
I mean, we do have drowned as an answer, I guess.
I'd say we'd have to flip through all the memories that happened here again to see where they fall.
Okay, let's get them. How the hell do I get there? Do I go there through you?
I mean, you go there through any of them that are part of this chapter on the boats.
Okay, so where is Russian man? Not you. Not Ant-Man is coward. Harpoon guy is the guy who we can't figure out. So it looks like he already disappeared.
So but she's rather late in the deaths. So we have to go.
Which one should I click on?
Can we go? Can we just leave and then we scan another death, right?
No, because some of these guys we can only get here because they're on the sea.
What? Oh, is that how that works? They didn't put their bodies alongside it all?
Yep.
Keep rowing!
Where is that guy again?
Something there!
I see it!
Captain.
Give us a weapon! Shoot it! My kid eye!
There's
Pick up the oars and row, you fool!
Guy getting pulled overboard. So I'm gonna go with drowned by beast.
Okay, I think I can click into him, right? Or do I tab into him? Oh, perfect. Got 2 of them. Well, 3 of them.
But he wouldn't be, Topman wouldn't be out there. It'd have to be a seaman.
Well, I can try both of them.
Got it.
Woo! Nickels.
Okay, so you want to know the crazy twist here that we might be able to figure out? Most of these men should be seamen.
Although, you might be right.
Wait, hold on. Do we know what happened to the second mate's, his guy?
Well, I can go to the picture and see it, because he might be easy to figure out if we know who the guy is.
I don't need the picture right now. I want to know the name of the.
The name. Okay.
His steward.
His where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Samuel Galligan.
Okay. Because my money is on, if we don't know where Sammy Gallivan died, he probably is part of this group. Like, because it would make sense that he'd be with his
boss. Fucking tell me who he is. I don't know. Stupid thing.
No, but we don't know who he is yet. But my guess is Samuel Gallivan's somewhere in these memories, right?
Oh.
He's in this chapter. He's probably one of the people in this chapter. So he's one of the people we have to identify from this chapter. Either one of the ones that went missing, like he's either that guy, or he's one of the guys who fell off the boat, or he's that guy who got speared.
I guess we can go to other Nichols memories if we can't figure out who it is from here.
I just want to look at who we have remaining in this chapter that I have yet to identify, because I don't even remember who we did identify.
Maybe I can pull it up on the page?
I just feel like this chapter might be a good chapter to, like, eliminate everybody in this chapter, right? Because once we do eliminate everybody in this chapter, we have this guy.
I mean, they're all these people should probably be in this chapter.
Okay, so that's Patrick O'Hannigan. Okay, so we have this guy. So this guy might be the steward.
I can always put the name on and hope for the best.
Well, hold on. Click on click on the thingy jig there.
The what?
Click on the picture of the dialogue. I want the dialogue. I think this is him.
Okay.
It's a stretch, but I think it's based on the fact that he's referring to him as sir.
Now we just got.
And he's knifed. He's knifed by the Chinese guy. You can see it.
And that was, I think it was it. Pretty sure it was.
Or you can flip back a page or page or two. Oh yeah, or do this. Yeah.
There it is. We'll go with that
All right.
guess.
Yeah, we'll go with that guess for now.
I guess I can't see it, and that's the picture of his murder. So, can we get to another body from here, or do we have to go through the door? I guess we can get to that guy if you want to look at him.
Sure. Go to whoever right now.
Hello, Mr. Harpoon.
Okay, so this is the earliest attack.
Yes. Okay, so I think we figured you out because you drowned.
Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
We're assuming you're Sammy. You we figured out. You're O'Hagan. I think the other shooter was what we did.
Is that the guy who goes missing right there?
Yeah, I think he's the missing guy.
Okay. Pull up the book just to double check. 'Cause right now you can just open the book, go to the page of the people who went missing in this chapter.
Yeah, because
It's at the end of the chapter.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Okay, so it's whoever that guy is. So find the picture of that guy in the...
In the picture?
Yeah, go back out, close the book, and find that guy in the scene so that we know which boat he's in. It's that guy, right? Yeah, okay, so it's that guy. Okay, so now we have to hop through these murders again to find out what happened to this guy. My guess is he gets dragged overboard as well.
Okay, let's try and find chapter 3 then. I don't think he was drowning in the other one.
Yeah, so chapter 2 is the woman, so...
Go on, gotta get to you.
Okay, so this is 4.
Yeah, but we have to do 4 to get to the everything else.
Okay, so...
Just need to figure out
look
which
around.
one
While we're in 4, though, let's just look around. Maybe it isn't 4, right? Although it doesn't look like it.
Look, he's gone already.
Well, let's look around at all the bodies that are around. Because there's... So that's the guy who got knifed, because we can see the knife in his neck.
Fair enough. That's the other guy we need to figure out.
That's the other guy we have to figure out who got speared. That's the guy who got burned. Who's this?
That's O'Hagan. And I think that's the captain.
Our powering second mate.
Okay, so Sam would be 3. I think we
He's
saw
the guy with
2.
the knife in his neck. He's the guy with the knife in his neck.
Okay, get to it.
You're still breathing? On your own?
Where are you?
He's the other boat. So he's right there. Go to the other side of the boat, see what's on the if something's grabbing him or if he's tumbling.
Looks like he's just falling.
There's an arm.
There's an arm.
There's an arm grabbing him.
Poor guy, he got armed. Well, I guess we can write up your page.
Yep. So, drowned.
Drowned by arm.
East, probably.
But who the fuck are you?
We don't know yet. We'd have to jump through memories to find out this guy.
Hell, we gotta... He's the only one we figured out on the squad. Because apparently all the shooters died elaborately.
Okay, so, hold on. Pull up the shooter squad in the photo.
You want me to pull up their pages, or you just want to look at them?
No, I think... I'm curious if they're all Seaman. because the one guy's a seaman.
I mean, they had to be pulled from somewhere. I'm guessing you're part of the like the 7 disappearances we got.
But yeah, alright. Do we want to math it out now, or do we want to move on to a different body?
Well, I kind of got most of the pages going, so... Mr. Gunner. You is Actually, I think you might be late game. Wow, we almost got all you guys got. Except you, somehow don't have a page. How do you guys not have pages? Oh yeah, you're the guy who probably got struck by lightning.
He's a top man.
Got his page.
Pull up all the top men.
We got
He's one of the Chinese top men, but there's too many. At least that's my guess, because he looks like he might be Chinese.
I mean, I could start plugging if you think
where...
you're close.
No, because we don't have enough. Like, I won't have you start plugging until I know I have 2 in the bag, and right now I don't have 2 in the bag.
Fair enough.
So, like, once I have 2, then, yeah, we can go find someone that I can
Why
get.
are you standing on a box? That's an important box.
Alright, anyway, close it up.
Okay.
Well, now we just need to pick someone and figure out who it is. Memory jumping. And it might not even be in this chapter.
Well, to the grind.
Are there any... Open up the book. Out of curiosity, is there any chapters we haven't done yet?
Other than the late game one, I think
the late one.
I think we got them all.
2, 3,
4 we know we have.
4,
5, 6. Wait, what? Missed a part of 7?
Apparently we're missing a part of 7, yeah.
I mean, if it says it's on the cargo deck, do you think it's actually on the cargo deck?
Yeah, I assume so.
Well, let's go to the bottom floor and see if we can find anything. Because if we're at this point, we should probably just pick up all the clues. Hope for the best. Where's the downstairs from here?
Down there. Behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh.
Behind that staircase.
Oh yeah, you're the stabbed guy. The guy who got spiked to a wall. Okay. Locked door isn't gonna help. Unless I can see through you. I don't think we're just gonna magically gain access. Ooh, there's a downstairs that's open.
We already scanned that leg.
Yeah, missed the leg. You're dead. I think we got this one already. Maybe there's one hiding.
A box.
No, apparently not. What about you, Mr. Door? Oh, there's a crab monster in here.
Yeah, we haven't done this one. Where the fuck this one?
Well, that wasn't helpful at all.
He's getting crabbed.
Yeah. He's got a stick. It's Mr. Necktie again.
Yeah, let's look at our victim.
He's, just some guy. Oh, hey, it's Baldy.
Okay.
Oh, who are you? he's 3 stars too.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have no hints at this guy. I don't think.
Well, not here. We don't.
All right, click on it.
He
Click
was
on his fate. I don't know if it's clawed, or if it's speared.
Yeah, it's pointy things.
I'm gonna go with speared by monster.
Well, who the fuck are you?
That's the legs of the monster, not the claws of the monster that are stabbing it. Close the book.
You know, of course the door is open. This isn't attached to any other person.
Flip through the book to see if there's anything else we're missing.
Oh, of course we got all fucked up. Look at this path. We just started going around and around. We didn't know what we were doing. Did you need the dramatic thunderstorm?
Get in there somewhere!
What the hell is this?
Coming!
I actually don't
Finish
know.
your business.
Oh, I think it's the
Find
guy
out
in real
here.
life yelling at us. There shouldn't be a time limit on this game. I don't know why he's yelling. Just to tell us we done everything?
That's my guess. Is that the game telling us we've done everything except for the secret chapter?
Yeah. Which means we got a lot to do before the storm kills us.
Alright, let's find a guy that's supposed to be easy and start working backwards.
Well, this guy's got 4, so I guess it's gonna be the easy one.
Alright, let's start bouncing around.
Okay, start there. We gotta go to the cow skull. I remember the cow skull.
I do.
Good times when the first time we saw this game. Okay, so which one of you idiots are you?
Heads are here.
That's
One
not our
swing.
guy.
Get through the skull in stone or brain. I'll cut her throat.
That's our guy, I think, right there, vomiting.
Here? Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that's him.
Come.
So this is what they're saying.
Charlie, never been on a farm, Charlie.
You wanna put Charlie in?
Yeah. Because he's vomiting, so they're like, what, you never fucking seen this before, dingus?
Well, we said he burned to death, so we got that going. Got a Charles.
Well, okay, let's look around and make sure there's no other...
Got another
there's
Charles.
There's fucking 2 Charles, that's annoying.
Okay, so he's a midshipman from England. And, he's the bosun's mate from France.
Yeah, this is definitely a midshipman, not a bosun. Mate. Alright. Close her up. Let's go find another one.
Where are you? Dude,
You're
where are
right
you?
there, sir.
What? Never been on a farm, Chuck?
Mind your shoes now.
There you are. Oh, I just went to the cow skull, I guess. Oh, better. Oh, this guy. He was shot by the guy we couldn't found out because 4 people shot him.
Alright, time to figure out who shot him, I guess. See if we can maybe identify the gunman if we haven't already.
Oh, it is raining. Was it the guy who was, like, propped up on a box?
He's the guy over there.
Which
Left,
one?
left, right now. Now it's your right, because you turned around. Look to the other side of the ship. So if you're standing on one side, look across from you. The other way.
You mean... Oh, there he
See
is.
him hanging up there?
Yeah, that makes more sense. Murder. The classic.
Hok Seng Lao, you have been found guilty by self-confession of the murder of Nunzio Pasquale.
What do you want me to look at?
I need you to walk in front of the gun so I can see the angles of the bullets. No, I need you to look sideways at the gun so I can see the angles of the bullets. Okay, so go to the other side. This one's an annoying one because this is one where I'm gonna like probably get super annoyed that I don't have the controller. Okay, the second guy is missing. The bullet's going off to the right. Let me see. Move over more to your right. I need to see these. Okay, the third guy's also missing. I need to try to follow the bullet trail of the fourth guy here. This far right guy, because he's also missing. Yes, he's also missing. It's whizzing right to the left there. So the guy who hit him is the far left guy.
Okay, man. Who are you? He's the hat shooter.
Okay, so the hat guy did it. Do we have a name for the hat guy, though?
No, I think he died in, like, the last chapter. He's one of the murderers.
That's true.
Captain Murderers.
Do I have a name that I assigned him, though? Or no, I think I just, like, unknown something is what I labeled him as.
Yeah, he's just a steward, you thought.
I think he's just a steward. That's what it was. Alright.
We do have his death, so we can try... If you
no,
want to,
I don't think I can figure him out. It's a problem.
Okay, well... Do you want me to try and track down this idiot?
I suppose we might as well.
Okay, let's pull up your page. I don't think I can... Can I get that from you? No, I can't.
Yeah, you can get the memories. Click the 17 memories.
Yeah, you're right. 17. It's gonna be a while. But I
or
guess we
we'll
have
get
to...
lucky and he'll be in one of the first ones. But yeah, this guy survives to the last chapter, so of course he's in a shit ton of stuff.
Well, do you want me to start back to front or front to back?
Start in the front.
Okay,
I might be able to figure out his position earlier on when shit's normal.
Here we go. I guess we're doing cargo guy. The guy who died on a box. Middle of the cargo deck.
Oh, hold on. Fuck it. Don't bother. Open the dialogue.
Oh, sure.
Just let me read for this. The murder we're looking at right now.
Well,
like,
I have to turn back the page for it.
Yeah. Okay. So, my point is, instead of fucking walking all the way down to the bottom floor and scanning the corpse so that we go into the memory, just let me read the dialogue because I don't need to see what's happening.
You mean just
in that
like
memory.
all the? You want me to run the dialogue for all memories?
Just let me read the dialogue of these memories to see if I can figure it out. Okay, there's nothing in this one that tells me, so move on. Let's just move on to the next memory this guy's involved in. Okay, move on. We know he's involved with the lowering of items into the deck. Yeah, okay, this is the one we just did. Okay, keep going.
Apparently he was involved in this one.
That's weird.
It's very odd. Maybe he was downstairs.
Yeah, maybe he's down. How many people are in this one? 14? Yeah, it's very likely that he's lower down. I think he's a scene hand now, is what I'm starting to think.
Oh, he was there for this one, and there's no dialogue. I'm pretty sure there's no dialogue for this one, because he was just being crushed. That was it. He got shot by some guy, because he was getting shot.
Come on, pull up this memory, or pull up the people involved in this memory. We don't have, okay, we don't have that guy yet. Because I know the Russian guy is the guy stabbing him, but I didn't know if it was the Russian guy we identified.
No, we have a page for him.
We have a page for him, but my point is that we just know he's a Russian guy.
Yeah, I guess we don't know who... Wait, don't we know who shot him?
No, we don't know who shot him because it's a confusing one again. But the reason why I think this is because if we can identify who that... Pull up all the Russian people's names while we're here.
We
identified all
got Leonid and Alexei, and that might be it.
Oh,
There's a lot of Russian guys on this. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay. But this guy is the one that isn't the other guy, because we already identified Alexei. Okay. Sure. So now close out of it. Close. Go back to the page of this murder. Oh, go back to the page of this murder. He's no unknown attacker is now answered. It's not unknown attacker. It's the Russian guy.
You want to put Leonid in on it.
Wait, there's a third Russian guy. Oh, well, we figured it out anyway. I was like, there was a third Russian guy.
There is 3 Russian guys.
But we got the right Russian guy, so that's fine.
You got Paul, Sammy, you were right about. And Charlie.
Problem is now is I have to start all over.
Yeah.
Like I don't have any like set ones set up right now.
Well, you know, process of elimination eventually.
Yep.
Whoever this fuckhead is. He's 3 stars.
Let's go.
This guy got hit in the face.
Yeah, but let's wait on this guy right now. We will eventually get to this guy, because if we figure out that guy, we figure out his death, and we figure out the guy who got shot. Go to... No. Go to the Russian guy we just identified his death.
Okay, I'm gonna have to flick through this and hope I find it. Oh, I found it.
Okay.
He was shot, and this picture doesn't help.
Okay, so... Yeah. Go find his corpse so that we can,
yeah, I'm pretty sure I know where he is.
Who shot him. I want to see if we can figure out who shot him now.
I think this one might be easier than you think, because I'm pretty sure I remember who I know, like, most about who shot him. We might have this answer.
Okay, it's the woman. Yeah, I think we've identified who that is. Now, I think we have identified who that woman is.
You want me to...
Like, pull up the picture. Go others present picture, or this if it tells us her name.
Yeah, that'd be easier.
The others present. She's Emily Jackson. So, write that Emily Jackson shot him.
Where the fuck are you, passengers?
And now we just need to find other people who...
We got this crew.
No, let me find someone else.
I know, I just...
Let's go back to investigating the guy who, at the end of the book, that shoots that guy. The guy we've been investigating.
Oh, you mean Hat Man?
Yeah, Hat Man. Let's go back to identifying Hat Man.
Where the fuck did we leave off? I think we left off here.
We did leave off here.
Okay, let them go. Nothing else.
What is Hat Man doing in this memory while we're here? Because we're already in the memory. Might as well find Hat Man. No, he's not on the boat. He doesn't escape. Those are the people that escaped to Africa. He's gonna be somewhere else around. Is that him?
No. He's the other bald guy we can't get.
Is he down below someplace?
Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's running up with the second mate?
Is that the second mate? Open up the book and see. Open up, and then go to other people present. No, not this murder. This murder. Other people present. Find the hat guy that's there and see if we have
First mate.
No, that's not that. Is that the hat guy that's there?
I think so.
Or is it the hat guy that's right next to this guy?
No, that's
that is wider. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, well, let's keep going then. Let's leave this memory and then start. Okay, just open up the book now and let's see the next memory in the row that this guy's in.
He got his face taken off. Oh, I gotta learn these damn buttons. He clubbed that guy.
Okay, so once again we have...
Did the game cut out for you again?
No, I'm just currently watching and thinking. Okay, so this is... We won't get to this one yet, but this one's important because the guy who dies in this memory, if we go back like a chapter, he's probably trying to save someone named Pete. So we have to look for him pulling someone back, trying to save them. Not right now. I'm not saying we're solving this right now. One mystery at a time. We can't just jump from one mystery to another on a whim. Otherwise, we'll just constantly be doing that and not solving anything. So keep going.
Okay, he was obviously there for like the entire chapter.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that was, yeah, that's his murder page.
Alright, open up the names here. I just want to look at the names.
We got names.
Go to the Siemens. So I think he's actually...
Lexi, Nathan Peters, and everyone else, but I'm not gonna name.
There's a lot of them, it's a problem.
Yeah, I don't think we've gotten a lot of them.
Close this up.
What?
I want a better list. Close this up. Go to the front of the book. Go to the front of the book where it has names that are crossed out. Like if I figured someone out, the names are crossed out on a certain list. There's like a list of names where everybody I figured out is crossed out.
Oh, they're checked off here.
But I know there is one where they're crossed out too.
I don't. How do you get that one?
It doesn't matter. That one works. The one you had pulled up works. I just need a way of knowing who I've already eliminated from this Seaman. Because I think I've figured out a good number of them, just not enough of them.
You've got 3. Of 14.
Damn.
I mean, they're the biggest part of the crew. They're like a fourth of them.
Well, we know it's not Peters, because Peters is dead according to that one guy's memory. We know it's not Alexei, because we figured out who that one is. I'm going to take a weird shot in the dark and go with John Naples.
Sure.
Just because of the hat. And they're like, he's a Welsh because he's wearing a hat.
I mean, honestly, that's a viable tactic in this game.
Well,
you have to use everything.
So here's the crazy trick about this, right? If I figure out who this guy is from the Seaman, I get 3 deaths. Because I get his death, I get Alexei's, like the one guy's. There's 3, he killed 3 people throughout the story. Like, this guy killed 3 people. So, if I get him right now, I already identified 2 of the people he's killed.
I keep swearing like I see another Naples. I'm like, this guy didn't have a brother, right? And then, no, he didn't.
So anyway, open up the book now. Just leave the book open. And then go to
the
guy who got shot. I want to plug his name into 3 spots. Because if it's right, it'll automatically solve all 3.
You mean this guy?
No, it's the Russian guy who got shot. The Russian guy who got... I mean, this guy too, but we don't know the name of this guy, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, yep. This guy.
No, it's the Russian guy. One more page back, I think. Yeah, this one. Oh, wait, no, he wasn't shot? No, he sorted a... Wait, who did he kill? Didn't he kill someone else in one of these
Yeah, he killed Paul.
No, The Russian guy killed Paul. But we have the Russian guy figured out. It's just we don't have it like figured out. So go to the guy getting shot, who's like the execution. Go to the execution and have that set to the Welsh guy.
Is this that?
Oh, the execution was in like chapter 2 or 3.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
It's the only execution in the entire story.
Well, like, I would imagine you could define a lot of this as executions.
I mean, an
There are a
execution
few things.
is a specific thing, but yeah.
Where are you? There you are.
Right there. Okay, so have him shot by the Welsh guy. And if it automatically solves it, we did it.
No.
Nope. Okay, so it's not the Welsh guy. So now we have to figure out another one.
Okay.
So here's the crazy thing right now. If we literally go down the list of every Seaman into those 2 spots, we will solve it.
I mean, we can.
So we might as well brute force this one.
Okay, so do you
It's
want
not
to
the
try
Russian
plugging
guy.
the-
It's not any of the Russian guys.
Okay, Nathan.
It's not Peters. I already know it's not Peters.
Okay, well, might as well eliminate what we can.
Yeah.
Go with Lars.
Yeah, let's go with the Dane.
I mean, we had so much luck with the Welsh.
And we had no luck with the Welsh.
Damn it, where's your death page? It's in the end. We put in Lars, which is not.
Okay, go.
You want to go
he's
with
not,
the Indians?
He's not. No, he's not Indian.
Hamadou?
No, he's one of the Englishmen then.
Brennan. Can we go directly to your first memory? Yes, we can. Oh wait, no, that's not what we're looking for. I forgot. We're looking for chapter 2. So that doesn't have so much.
Okay, so we're on to the English guys, Henry. Nope.
You got it.
Yep, there we go.
We got the Formosan sorted at least. I mean, you're gonna be on your way if you get these seamen figured out, just because there's too many of them.
Well, yeah, we figure out who all the Seaman are. We can figure out what fucking happened with each one where, and whenever one shows up, we're like, oh, here, there he is.
You still want me to suss out like no 1 stars?
Yeah, we should try start with the 1 guys. But also, hold on, we need to go back 1 page. Change this guy to whatever the English guy we just identified was. No, not the victim, the murderer.
Oh, duh.
Because he's getting clubbed by him, and I labeled him as unknown Stewart because at the time I thought he was a Stewart.
Was it Henry? Well, I mean, I could look that up on the picture. Yeah, it's Henry. Now we just need to figure that out. Who shot you?
Hold on. Go back to that picture of the guy Henry's murdering.
Oh, the guy Henry's murdering.
Yeah. Pull up all the officers. I want to know, because he's one of the mates. Yeah, just click on his name and pull up the list of mates that way.
Oh.
It doesn't matter now. Just find a list of everybody's names. Just fine. Go back.
Okay, we got a gunner's mate, carpenter mate, surgeon, bosun, and all the rest.
No, one of the officer mates. So third. He's either 3rd or 4th. Okay, so that'll be one that if we end up with 2, I can go to that one and start plugging shit in.
Fair enough.
But right now we need to find someone else.
You. We need to figure out who you are.
Alright. Grab all the memories he's a part of.
There's only 4, thankfully, because he died real quick. I think we already revisited the barrel one.
Yeah. All we know is this guy's probably another Seaman.
Okay, do you want me to go? You want me to do dialogue or go to the memories?
Just right now it's dialogue. I don't think... Because if there's not a name set, I don't think... Seeing it's only going to help me with their occupation, but I think I already got this guy's occupation. Wait, hold on.
Sure.
Go here. Stop your cheating and worry about yourself. Do we know who Syed is? That name?
Yeah, he's that guy.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The dying man.
Because I saw a name. Well, same as the other fellow, some lung disease, not consumption, made worse by cold wood spread. If so, we'll have it. We don't have it.
And that's the end of his story.
Okay.
I can look at the picture. He's there.
And who's next to him?
The cannon crush guy and this weird hat man.
Gotcha.
He's wearing a bowl on his head. The surgeon's mate is dancing with the lady. How dare you?
Go to the memory, go to a different memory for a second. Go to not his death, but the previous death.
Oh, you want me to go to this memory?
No, don't go to it, but let me see who all of us present, which is a lot of people, but...
Yeah, because he died in the middle of the ship.
Okay, go to this memory, though.
Fair enough.
Like, go wherever this one is.
It's on Orlop, which is below cannons, so I probably can figure that one out.
The third deck. So if we number them, this one's 1, cannons is 2.
Yep. Okay, where are you, stairs?
9 people died on this deck.
Lots of deaths. But I think he died in, like, a hammock, so I don't think he should be that hard to find. Where's your death?
I'll pull it up on the map again.
I'm right in front of it, apparently.
Could be like 2
Oh,
or
yeah,
one.
you're probably
it's
this
that
guy.
one.
Эй, наплевать, привязывай. Собой следи.
Oh, yeah, it's you.
Саят? Саят ушел. Купил.
Hold on. What did I label the ethnicity of this man who's died here? Is he Indian?
I think so. How do I pull that up?
We go to the picture. We go to the beginning of the book, I guess.
I guess we'll just have to check the itinerary.
And check his name. It was
Solomon.
something.
There you are Indian.
Okay, so the 2 men with him in this memory are 2 of the other Indian guys. So we know that, at least. Anyway, this is the reason I went to this memory is a different reason though.
Oh, there's another Indian.
No, yeah, but the 2 guys with him are Indians of the same job, because they'd be buddies because they do work together.
Fair enough.
So the other 2 guys there are Indian. So if you can, pull up them on the picture. If you can, get. You know how you can click on them in the picture and identify them in the picture?
Oh, yeah.
Like, you'll want to go to the murder page, probably. Because we want to set that to worker. Or seaman. Just unknown seaman. That way I just remember that he's a seaman. That's all I need to remember. And then the other one with him we want to identify as a unknown seaman. Okay, and then go find the guys playing cards in this scene. Okay, find the one of the guys that we haven't identified.
I need to get to the death page picture. Which is... It was bitter cold, so it was really early.
This guy's death. So, I want to figure out who's all around this table.
God, how do I connect the dots here?
So you just pull up that picture and then you start looking at people at the table.
Okay, so that's the guy.
We've identified that guy. We've identified that guy.
Because he was in chapter 4, and you're...
Did we have we identified that guy yet?
I'm pretty sure we got both of those guys because they were both in chapter 4.
Let's just see here if we know his name. That guy down there.
Yeah, that's O'Hagan. Oh wait, we don't know who he is. He drowned. Is it the same guy? I swear he's the same guy.
That's the guy that's sitting at the table here playing cards.
Yep,
pull up
you.
Pull up the dialogue, because the people who are talking are the people playing cards. Stop cheating, worry about yourself. Damn it! There's only 2 people speaking Russian. And we know, so that third guy might not be Russian. I was going to try to figure out if this was our third Russian, because don't we have 3 Russians in the crew cast?
Yeah, we got 3 Russians on the ship.
Yeah. So we've identified 2 of the Russians. My thought is the third Russian would be the one playing cards with them here.
I don't even think he's present.
Well,
we also don't know who he is.
Well, so the third guy playing cards with them in this memory that we're looking at is the guy holding the gun down below there that we don't have identified who got drowned.
Yes.
So, but I don't think he's Russian. I don't think this is sufficient enough evidence. I just figured while we were here in this memory to take a look at that.
Hey, Baldy.
Alright, back to identifying our sick man.
Okay. The sick man. Here we are.
Okay, so we know...
He's in this memory, isn't he? Where the fuck is he?
Yeah, let's find him in this memory.
Is he dying, like, now?
No, because this memory's...
I hope they don't count the people in the hammocks, because that'd be stupid. Oh wait, no, you're that guy.
He might be up above doing something, or is that...
Oh, here he is.
Well, this doesn't help. Alright, let's move on to the next guy. This guy's another seaman, I'm pretty sure, but...
Okay, so who is the next guy?
So label him unknown seaman for now. I wish you could label them ethnicities too, because this guy's an English seaman, I think.
Well, we can always just give him a random name.
But unknown seaman for now. Let's go find another guy who's supposed to be easy.
Here we go. He's the leg guy. He's also holding a gun.
Okay, and the people holding guns are all seamen as well.
Just wondering how the fuck are we supposed to figure out who killed... Well, I guess the guy they're dragging away is the guy who killed him.
Yeah, and they talk about it in the dialogue.
Oh yeah, he's the leg guy who was like the really hard to find leg guy. The guy who's literally just a leg.
Yeah. If I recall correctly, it's in a corner on this level. Must be on the other side because there's no corners right here.
There you are. The man who became a leg.
Keep pressure here.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
20 years my steward, and never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself. Those are guilty beasts carrying a curse.
Where's the leg?
All back or doom us all.
In the corner where we found
Tie him up and put him in the...
I don't think we can get back to this.
matter. It's not important. What's important is...
I think.
Open the dialogue again. All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. My guess is that's the... They're trying to calm him down and tell him he's gonna be alright even though he's gonna die. So let's find our Johns.
Oh god, how many John... We got John Davies, the 4th mate. We got John Naples, The Welsh.
Let's go with John Naples. But now I need to go back into the memory here.
Okay.
Take a look at that first mate who's yelling at the guy who's getting dragged away.
He's the captain. Oh, you mean the guy who's being dragged?
Well, that's the No, I want to know who's yelling at the guy. Who's the officer yelling at him? That's the captain. That guy right there.
Captain. He's got the pointier hat.
All right. So, what does the captain have a steward that we have yet to identify? Because he's like 20 years my steward, right? He's yelling. No, the victim's still John. The victim's still John.
Well, yeah, but I was looking at the mates. Now we have a first mate. I don't know if that would count. Just
No, it's 20 years my steward, not 20 years my mate.
Oh.
In the dialogue. So we have to look at stewards, not mates.
Let's see. Well, I guess the more complete list would be here. Third, fourth, Captain Stewart.
Alright, click him.
For the murderer.
And John's the guy, so I mixed it up. I heard the name John and I put John to the wrong person. Okay, let's go find someone else. This one I think is done. I think we got this one.
Okay. Here we go. So, clubbed by bald guy. Apparently there's only 3 people here.
Pull up the people that are there.
Victim, random guy, necktie, bald man. All unknown, so they all escaped somehow. Because we have no idea how any of them died.
Yeah, this is kind of an annoying one.
I guess that would explain why there were so many disappearances.
Close it up.
Okay, so we're done with this memory. I guess just leave.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to find 2 more to solve.
How do we get over there?
Go around the long way.
Fuck off, game. Okay, so where are we going?
We need to figure out 2 more we can identify. Let's skip this one for now. Go back a couple. I want to look at some of these.
Because I think the rest is solved.
Yeah, keep going.
Going forward or backwards?
Forward. That's backwards.
And that's it. We're out of 1 stars. Our first 2 star is Mr. Hat.
We know he's a mate, so pull up a picture of all the first mates, or like the mates, and see if who we've identified.
Okay, let's get that going. I think we got 2 mates.
I think we have 2 mates left as well. Not on the names. The names are going to be infinitely easier to find that than to go through the picture.
We got William, Edward, James.
Okay. No. It's going to be 3rd or 4th mate because the hat.
Okay.
So pull up the photo. I want to see something in the photo. Find all the hat guys. like the officer hats.
Hey, Elsie, you have hats. I guess technically you have a hat.
No, when I say the hat, guys, I mean the specific officer-looking hat is what I'm talking about.
That guy's got a hat.
That's not an officer hat, though. So go down to just there's the 4 officers in the hat, right? There's the captain and his hat, and then there's 4 other people. There's 4 other people in the fancier captain-y looking hats. And those are our mates. Those are our first mate, second mate, third mate, and fourth mate, right? So the goal here is to figure out...
You got first and second.
And so here we have to make an educated guess. So this guy is one of the 2 mates. In a crazy guess, I'm gonna guess he's the 4th mate. And here's my reasoning.
This guy?
In the photo, the first and second mate are right next to the captain, which makes me think that the next numeric mate is also next to the captain. Meaning that this guy, who's clubbed to death by Brennan, is the 4th mate.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Let's put it on. Okay, Johnny boy.
Okay, now we leave this to see. I need to figure out how many more do I need to figure out right now. How many? Just flip through the book fast to see how many people I have like fully set up that haven't been like.
Okay, this one probably not. I mean, you're just looking for like double guesses.
I'm looking for well. I'm trying to right now. I'm trying to look for.
I forgot we had this guy at 1 star. If you want to revisit him.
Well, first I want to find out how many people I've like set up fully. Hey, go back a couple pages. Go back one more. One more.
Oh.
Okay, no, that one's already solved. I just wanted to see if that was solved or not. Okay.
This one.
Okay, so we have that one, and then we have this one, meaning I just have to take a guess at another one that I think I have figured out. Go back a couple pages. Alright, start... keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, stop. This one. Click on his name. He's gonna be one of our Indian seamen.
You got 3 of them.
Right, so we're gonna cycle through all the names here quick. And see if the game solves it. There we go.
Well, good thing 20 years gave it to you. And
But, I mean, it's not exactly 20 years that gave it to me. It was the fact that he's yelling at a subordinate, calling him a steward. I just have to figure out who's the guy yelling at the guy.
You're almost halfway done now.
Yeah, so, and I think I have a couple more 50-50s I can do here. So, we're gonna, but now one of them's not a 50-50, I don't think now. So go to, we need to find the 3rd Indian guy. So, pull up the picture.
Yeah, I could probably find that better on the picture if you can identify who he is.
Yeah, so pull up the picture of everybody.
Because
he's up above. He's in the back there next to that guy. So let's find the one that we don't have named that's with him.
Oh, we have both. We got Solomon, and we only got 2. I think there's 4 of them.
Are there 4 Indians?
If my memory is correct, let me check. I mean, technically there's 5 because of that other guy. Yep, there's 4 of them.
Okay. Then... Yeah, okay. Let's find the other 2... I think I labeled them both as unknown seamen in the book so far.
I know you did that guy. Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember looking at them and being like, okay, they're in, the one guy's Indian, so that guy must also be Indian. This group of 4 must be the 4 Indian seamen. So let's go find both of these, put a name in them, and then swap them to the other name.
I hope that you had another one.
I don't think I have another one, but just put an Indian name in both of them right now. And now let's find a third one to try to solve.
Okay, guess we just go in the book and hope that we see something. I guess I'll just keep flipping until you pick someone.
Yeah.
To tackle.
Alright, go back a couple pages. I'm gonna do something crazy. Just to see if I can eliminate a 3-star guy. One more page.
Okay.
Go back one more page. Okay. This guy. Okay. Now let's assume I automatically lucked out and got both of those Indian guys correct first try. Cipher through all the Chinese topman names for this guy.
No.
Okay, go flop the 2 Indian names and do this again.
I'll just get on the picture again, that'll be faster. Okay, so you're Abraham, and you're Fuckface. Where is Fuckface?
Okay, so now
Run
we
all
go
the
back
way
to
back.
that Chinese guy.
The one guy who got struck by lightning. Of course, it had to be the one guy.
I wanted to pick someone whose death was easy, and whose ethnicity I think I could have guessed. So he's a Chinese topman, and then we just have to like flip through all the Chinese names until I get it right.
Okay, so he's not Wei. Li Jai Wong.
Alright, we did it.
And I think I'm gonna have to call that one because I gotta work tomorrow.
Sounds good.
And plus, I think you got more confidence in yourself from this one.
Well, yeah, as I'm starting to narrow it down now, it's getting easier and easier.
But now you have the perfect time to forget all of that as we wait another 2 weeks.
But it's easier to hop in now because it's all a bunch of like half of them. My goal is to try to get all of a particular career done, and then like find another career and start narrowing it down from there. So it's probably going to be all the seamen, because I've kind of been working on them, and then going and doing all the top men, and then like working my way down. We should maybe try to find the last mate, because we have the first mate, the second mate, and the fourth mate figured out. We should go label that guy the third mate.
Well, I guess we can do that quick if you want to just like go through the hat people and hope you find them.
Well, I don't think he's been in anything yet, because look, he's not labeled with anything. Like no death. Click on him. The other guy in the officer's hat. So he's in 9 memories, but does he have a death? Do we have a death page for him?
No.
Exactly. So I think he's not. But he's the third mate. Like he's 100% third mate. Because we have all the other mates figured out, and they all have those officer hats.
Mr. Conductor. Although we also don't know who shot you, so you're a double bluff. You exploded.
Well, so part of the trick, though, is like some of those murders where we don't know the murderer, we might know the murderer because the game doesn't fucking autofill it.
Nope.
So, like, we might have identified some of the murderers now and stuff. It's just,
The only gunman we got is the guy who drowned. How we almost solved the squad. The problem is that, like, the remainder that you've got 7 people who disappeared.
Right.
We have no ideas.
There's a lot of tricky ones. Let me look at the guys shooting the guns in that photo.
Seaman, blank, seaman.
Okay, so he's labeled the blank one as an unknown seaman.
Yeah, many seamen do we even have left? Oh, quite a few. We got the Russian guy we haven't found. 4 Englishmen, Danish, random guy.
Go up to the picture of the Russians doing shit.
He was crushed by cargo, we assumed.
He's a Russian seaman. He's the last Russian. You can tell because of the beard.
Who's this asshole? It's all your bullshit, people.
Oh, that guy in the turban-looking thing. Guy who looks Indian to me, but isn't, I guess.
The problem is that he's one of the disappearances.
Oh, he's one of the, like, okay, because I was like, I think he might be our Persian, then.
I mean, we could just put him in as the Persian. He's the only Persian.
Yeah.
You were shot by unknown man. You were clubbed. Well, you're the guy from the final chapter.
Alright. Yeah, you said you have to work tomorrow, so I think that's enough. We've labeled a good chunk of these guys.
Yeah, you've got like, what, like 4 rounds done tonight?
I got a good chunk. We're past 50% now.
So yeah, join us next time for this fantastic puzzle game that has made my co-commentator want to burn the ship down.
No, not yet.
Hello, Spiked Man. Anyway, thanks for joining us for another hodgepodge. Planned this in advance because I knew the video was going to be too short. So yeah, join us possibly in another couple of weeks. We might have our next game on the docket if he blazes through the rest of the 3 stars somehow.
We'll see.
Okay, we'll see you next time.
See you next time.
And we are out.
Yeah, so part of the trick is going to be